Go. All right. This is a co-working stream. So, let me play my disclaimer. You guys know the disclaimer, right? If you've seen it by now. So, it's messy. It's all over the place. It doesn't necessarily cover what's in the title, but I try. Go someplace else if you want anything here. Go take a look at that and read that. Just pause the screen and read that if you want to know. What are we doing today? Well, we have finished this kubectl-login application. It's a template. You can go to github.com/rwxrob/kubectl-login if you want to go see it in all of its GitHub glory. Here it is. It is a template that's designed for you to copy and replace the data as outlined here in clusters and certs in order for you to have your own customized kubectl login that does not require people to provide configuration information like client ID and stuff like that. It also allows you to include certs that may or may not be in the chain. So if you're using like kubeadm signed certs that are not trusted by the chain, that would be the proper way to do this in your cert chain. So if you don't know what any of that is, maybe not the video for you, but if you want to get going on that. So the goal for today over the next couple hours is going to be pretty easy. I have actually been asked to I'm going to actually add an issue for this. I need to authenticate with GitHub. Let me do that really quick. Let me pause the video. I'm authenticated by creating an access token so I can get my GH tool. If you're not using the GitHub tool, I mean, you really should look at it. Repo list. Look at that, man. Look at all my repos. In fact, this is the only way you can look at all of your repos, including those that you have access to that are not under your control. So if you want to look at all the repos for which you have access, it's like the only way to do it is through the API. There's no way to do that through the web interface at all. That's how I actually discovered that a bunch of my old skill stack repos were still there. They were just unable to be seen. And that was great because I was able to restore some code from archives that I did not know it was actually still there. So important to know that. Why did I need this? Because I have my GH issues, GH issue list. I can provide issues here against this thing. So when I do work against a repo, I'm going to actually start, even if it's my own repo, I'm going to start following the PR process and branching and all that stuff, even if it's on a main repo. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and lock down this main repo so that I can't make any changes to it. And I believe that's a setting that I can set from the command line. I think. I don't know. I've never done it from the command line. Lock down main branch using GitHub command line. I don't see if you can. Master branch. I think you have to actually go to the thing and do it. I'm not sure though. Using Bitbucket. Maybe we have to do it through GitHub, the GitHub interface. I really hope not though. Force pushes and deletion can be on the protect branch. GitHub navigate to settings branches. That I already know. Does not seem you can do that from the command line. In Git itself, you can use the pre-receive hook and assert protect writing of a branch for some users. Yeah, I don't want to do that. I used to have that in my standard template, which you can put in your Git config if you want to. You can change the standard template so that you always have that on every new Git repository. Is there a way to lock the branch in Git? I think it's not worth looking at this point. I think the answer is you got to go to settings. So we'll go to settings, branches, add branch protection rule, branch name, pattern, main. Protect matching branches, require pull requests. Yep. Approvals when a pull request require matching branch range. A number of approvals before merging. I am the one approving it, so I mean, if I had multi-users on the team, I'm going to leave it on just because I want to see if I can approve my own merge, which I think I can. Dismiss state pull request approvals when new commits are pushed. Stale pull requests. Dismiss stale pull request approvals when they're pushed. Will commit pushed by the measurement. Require review from code owners. Require an approved review and pull requests including files designated by the code owner. That's if you have multiple users. Require approval for the most recent viewable push. No. Most recent reviewable. Require status checks to pass before merging. We're not going to do status checks. Require conversation resolution before merging. Yes. Require sign commits. Yes. Require linear history. Prevent merge commits from being pushed to matching branches. Yeah, I suppose that would be good. Require deployments to succeed before merging. No. Lock branch. Branch is read-only. Users cannot push to branch. Well, yeah, we don't want to push. What's that? What's that? Branch is read-only. Users cannot push to the branch. No, they can merge, but they can't push. Do not allow bypassing the above. The above settings will apply to administrators and custom rules with the bypass branch functions permission. The above settings will apply to administrators and custom rules. Yes. Rules apply to everyone, including administrators. Allow force pushes. Permit force pushes of all users. No. Allow deletions. Allow users with push access to delete. No. Delete matching branches. No. Create. All right. So let's go try that now. So I shouldn't be able to do anything to this. So like if I change the README, and legal release under Apache 2.0. Yep. And if we save that, we try to do a git commit add legal to readme IMD, git push, it'll be like denied. It's like, sorry, can't do it. So I have to make a PR to do that. So the way to do that is git to checkout -b. There's other ways, but this is the way I'm doing it. And usually you want to do these checkouts based on an issue that you're fixing. So, and there's some pretty interesting conventions to follow here for how to name everything. I forget the name of one, but there's actually, what is it called? There's a really common one that a lot of people have been saying that we should use. The Argo project uses it. In fact, let's actually go take a peek really quick while we're at it. I'm going to go see if I can find the Argo project. Name. Because I remember, if we look at their issues, you'll see it really fast. It's Argo CD. So, Argo CD on GitHub. I'm actually going to go ahead and download the project just to look at it really quick. It's actually a very well managed project. Argo project, Argo CD. Okay. So let's go here and grab this. So make directory Argo proj. See Argo proj. GH repo clone. Argo project Argo CD. And go grab this. Yeah. All right, so CD Argo CD issues. So you can see that they follow this method of, they have a very specific tagging mechanism. Plus, when they actually make commits, they do them. Argo proj. Argo CD. I'm trying to see if it's, I want to start following this process, so that's why I'm doing this. So Argo proj, Argo CD actually is the one I was looking at. Yeah, before. So you see this, they have chore depths and stuff like this. they follow a particular style, and I forget the name of the style. It does have a very specific name though. OpenSSF best practices. We're going to see this project follow the best practices. Galactic follow self-certify. Open Social Security Foundation best practices. I mean, this is just a really good project for like modeling what you should do for your project if you want to make a big project. They have done so many things correct, and it just is really stinking cool. So if you don't know, contributors, office hours, community meetings, version of the Argo project, CNCF code of conduct. Also, Mario Cure list of projects. How to play GitOps. I'm trying to find the other stuff. I mean, Argo's the darling of the GitOps world, of course. I'm trying to figure out where the contributing documentation is that might have this. It's probably in the read the docs. Let's go find it. I know I'm going out of my way to figure this out, but developer guide overview chatbox slide integration. They're using ChatGPT. I mean, no, not ChatGPT. They're using make docs, MKDocs, which is we use for everything. I like it. It falls down when you have a lot of pages to it, but who cares? Contributor quick start. This will go. It's all kind. They're using kind and not Minikube because they're just creating an app, so they don't need all the Minikube stuff. There's sometimes using Minikube is better, sometimes not. CLI changes, release process and cadence. I'm trying to find their tagging that they follow. I forget the name of it though. I could probably ask my coworker. He knows. He uses it too. And I can't remember the name. It's driving me nuts. Actually, I think it's in my Kubernetes stuff. My Zet. Yeah. Zet Argo. Zet everything has got Git. Some modules support on GitHub. Modular digital workspace, Git learning resources. Use Glamour for terminal marketing rendering, Git cloning. Go Git. Just stop giving search results. SQX. Git stash. I don't remember it. I don't remember it. I really don't. Universal open. GitHub Zettelcast. Like, oh, it's for git commit messages actually. Personal commitments, commitment down, commit. Only to know everyone. GPT sign or get messages, gate monetization. It's a git commit. Oh, there it is. Git commit conventions. This is an old one though. So this is an old one that I used to follow, and I need to find out what the new one is. And I'm going to start following the new one. Releasing changelog. GitHub actions. Tag releases. Matter patch. Pre-release. Sure, warning. Verified automated release. Why can't I remember? It's the git commit message convention. Yeah. I'm gonna go search for it again. Git commit message convention. It's better than like, start with a verb, make it less than 52, and don't end with punctuation. It's better than that. This how to write better git commit messages has been the standard for years. Conventional commits. Yay, that's it. This is it. Yes, it's conventional commits. That's why it was the number one hit. This is the new hotness in commits. So yeah. Update. Let's see. I'm gonna put a line here. Get notes that does not exist. So. Okay, so update. I'm gonna put the date here. Yeah, and I'm gonna put what's it called? Conventionalcommits.org. All right, conventional.org. I'll make that a URL, I guess. Is that over 6? Okay, good. I've been swooned into using the commits.org practices because the Argo CD and other projects use them to great effect when preparing automated release notes from the messages. This trumps this simpler conventions used up to now. That's all. And I'm actually going to put a related thing here. Actually just found this, so how to write better commit messages. This here has become the standard. Let's see, by writing good commits, extra time it takes to write thoughtful commit. Capitalization mood, use imperative mood. Specify the type of commit is recommended to do even. Bug fix. People don't do that anymore. Length line should really be known if you cares about it. Should be 2072. Be direct. This is not the one. I don't think this is the one. That's 2022. So that is not the one. I can't find the original one. No, that's not it. There's like one that everybody was citing for a very long time. I'm trying to find it again. It's taken a moment to look for it. It's funny because it's totally been overtaken by search results. You can follow dev.to. No, anything on dev.to is suspect. I'm just going to say. Use a dot. Don't use dot at the end. Use capitalize the first letter of this. This is ancient. Nobody does this anymore. I mean, most people do this, but they shouldn't. It's funny because it says reference conventional commits, and then it just goes against it in the upper paragraph. A practical guy. I'm trying to find the one that everyone originally started the whole thing, and I can't find it. Convention, streamlining development. It was the first blog post that started all of this like years ago. Subject of the body, subject character capitalize. Uses imperative mood. Wrap at 72. His body explain what and why. I mean, these are all repeats of the other one. Get commit message convention. Screw it. Screw it. That's all we need. I'm kind of off track anyway. So I'm going to actually read this because I want to do this repo the right way. So I'm going to go ahead and look at this for a little bit. Let's see. Okay. That's kind of angry. Yeah. Conventional commits. It is. All right. So let's do conventional commits because we're going to need to do one. First of all, we're going to need to make a PR. And I think the conventional commits actually defines what you should put in your PR as well. So yeah. Let's go look it up again. Conventional commits. What should be required JavaScript? Yeah, that does not inspire confidence. We're gonna follow a convention generated by web developers who don't know not to make their documentation sites depend on JavaScript. Yeah, that's definitely somebody that I want to trust. God, add him to the shit list, man. It's 2023. Everybody's got JavaScript. No, they don't fucking have JavaScript. I just cannot overstate my disgust with that decision. This piece of shit website, which is just documentation, can't be used with a text-based browser, which includes everybody who's blind can't participate in reading this convention because the people that made the convention decided to make this documentation website depend on fucking JavaScript. If you want to piss me off, that is the number one thing I will rant about every time. So fucking stupid. Piece of idiot. Bullshit. Conventionalcommits.org. I don't even want to use it because of that. A bunch of Node assholes who decided to change the world by making their documentation websites depend on JavaScript. Why would I follow what they have to say? God damn it. I have no patience for this shit. It's completely against the principles of progressive web applications. The word progressive means you assume the least amount of technology on the part of the client, and then you incrementally add based on what you detect is available. So, for example, if you're making a documentation website, you detect whether the client has JavaScript by looking at the agent, for example, right? And then you incrementally add JavaScript dependency depending on what's there. In the case of a site where it's documentation, you have no need for that shit. And the fact that this is a standard site, this is the equivalent of like a specification, and that they didn't know to not make their specification depend on fucking JavaScript is infuriating. There. I take it all back. It just popped up. Why did it pop up? Oh my God, I hope I was wrong. I hope the redirect just failed, and if so, you can like tell me to go fly. It just worked. Maybe I had the wrong URL. If I did, I take it all back. Conventional commits, I apologize for ranting at you, but the rant stands. The rant stands. If you make your Rust applications, for example, their documentation site depends on JavaScript. My rant stands. If your documentation website depends on JavaScript, you suck. And look at this. I'm reading the convention and it doesn't have JavaScript now. What the hell? What did I do differently? What did I do differently? Did I have the wrong URL? Someone help me understand. Someone help me understand. I went to this and then it refreshed and then it went to 1.0 and now I can read it. What the hell? The logic was sound. The rant was sound, but dude, I am so happy. Now I don't have to throw them under the bus. I was seriously thinking about giving them up just for that bullshit. IBM, for example, the entire fucking IBM documentation site all depends on JavaScript. That's how clueless IBM is. The entire fucking company puts all of their documentation. All right, I gotta calm down. You know what? It's the coffee. I just drink coffee. Okay, I got to get back to the task at hand. Task at hand. All right, so this is what I came here for, and you didn't come here for the rant. The commit contains... I don't know why this pulled up all of a sudden. Before it didn't. The commit contains the following structural elements to communicate intent to the consumers of your library. Fix. A commit to the type of fix. So the hardest part about a convention like this is you have to learn it and waste your time learning the convention, right? And I was really pissed because I wasn't gonna be able to pull it up in links really fast. Every time I needed to look it up again, I can make an alias that just pulls it up, right? And I was super mad because I was gonna open a graphic web browser just to read the convention every time I wanted to remind myself what kind of commit messages to make. And so that's why I was angry. And now I'm less angry. The commit contains the following structural elements to communicate intent to the consumers of your library. Fix, a commit of the type fix patch is a bug to your code base. This correlates with patch and semantic versions. Feat, a commit of the type feature introduces. One of the reasons I don't like this, when I first saw that, I was like really, really not into it, is putting that kind of shit in your commit message. I mean, that blows out how many you got to use 72. The one of the things that I don't like that these people have done is they basically thumb their nose at the 50 character limit on the commit message, or the 70 character, whatever it is. They basically are like, we don't give a shit. Call them meltdowns. Yes, I have meltdowns all the time. Feature, a commit of the type feat introduces a new feature to the code base. Breakdown change, a commit that has a footer breakdown change or appends percent or a dollar or whatever that is, an exclamation point, introduces a breaking change. It has a footer, a commit that has a footer breaking change. A footer breaking change or appends. Oh, yeah. That's right. That was what saved it for me, because you can put an exclamation point in the front of your commit message, and that means it's a breaking change. Correlated with the major and semantic version number, a breaking change can be a part of your commits of any type. Types other than fix and feat are allowed. For example, config conventional based on Angular conventions recommends build, chore, CI, docs, style, refactor, perf, and test. Additional types are mandated by the convention. I actually probably can cut and paste that out into my own Zet, and then I can just pull that up anywhere I'm at. Yeah, so here's some examples. Sure, I'm going to copy this out because I want it in my own Zet. Specification, the keywords must, blah, blah, blah. So they actually wrote a spec, and it's in text and it's readable, thank God. This is pretty damn cool. So that doesn't look like it's too much to read, actually. Plus the fact that they created an actual specification makes me very happy. I'm going to go ahead and cut and paste a bunch of this. So, see, this has a commit that has a footer breaking change or appends blah after the type and scope. After the type and scope. Okay. Fix exclamation point. Feat exclamation point. Yeah. You know what? Let's do. Let's. Actually, I'm going to put a link to this in my Zet that I just did. Zet same. Yeah, because I want to make sure I get to the right one. I want to start practicing this convention so that I can sell it to my team, because I think my team should start using it. And that we know that is going to take you there, right? So let's actually try that right now. All right, so conventional commits, full specification, quick summary. So the type, optional scope, and the description. The conventional commit specification is lightweight. I don't want to spend all the time on this because I want to fix my thing. Conventional commit specification is lightweight. On top of commit message, it provides an easy set of rules for creating explicit commit history, which make it easier to write automated tools on top of dangling prep. This convention dovetails with Semver by describing the features. I'm not a fan of Semver, but it's the dominant standard, so whatever. Breaking changes made with commit messages. If you don't know why Semver has actually got problems, just look at the Go problem with the major version. This is why nobody uses major version changes in their Semver and Go libraries, because of the definition of what Semver requires. That's a separate rant. I'm not going to talk about it. The commit message should be the structure as follows. Type, option description, optional body, optional footers. So you have a body and footers. Commit message is the main part. Commit contains the following structure. Fix, we just read that. A fix correlates with patch. Minor feature correlates with minor. Breaking change corresponds with a breaking change, top level API kind of thing. 00.x forever. Yeah, I think that's funny. Types other than fix a feature allowed. Blah, 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 blah. Additional types that are not managed by the conventional commit specification have no implicit effect on semantic versioning, unless they include breaking change as a footer, which I don't think I knew that. Scope may be provided. I like that text has to be in the description. That's kind of cool. Actually, that's an option. It says or. You don't have to have breaking change. You can have or. You can have an exclamation point in the commit message, which I think is much easier. A scope may be provided to commit some type, provide additional contextual information. The question is, if I have an exclamation point in the commit message, does that mean that I also have to have a breaking change footer? Sounds like no. So a scope may be provided to commit to provide additional contextual information. Feat parser, right? So let's see. A scope may be provided to commit types to provide additional contextual. Feat parser, add ability to parse arrays. I think this is. There's no standard for this, but I wish they would come up with one, because that right there. The reason I'm doing this is because I want to know what to name my branch, right? Because if I can name the branch to match an additional feature change, right? And then that PR can be only related to that specific thing as opposed to two things, right? And I actually have two things I need to add. So I'm going to add two issues for it. The standard way to do this is to add an issue for the thing you want to change, and then add, a separate issue for a different type scope change. And then you need to combine those issues into a single one, or make separate PRs for each of the issues, so that you have a one-to-one PR to issue association. And if you do that, then your PR branch that was used to do that, which is eventually going to get deleted, can match that. And so then you can combine this convention with that. You see I'm going with that. So of course, I don't have a version release on this at all. I should probably do that. I haven't named this release at all. I probably need to do that. It's still .0. Whatever. And stuff. By the way, you can set the versions and the releases using the tagging mechanism with GH command line tool. So examples: commit message with description breaking footer. Feature, I don't like that at all. I would rather have the exclamation point. This is way better. Commit message with scope. Boom. Okay, so that comes after. Okay, good to know. Chore, drop support for node 6. This has got both, which is possible to commit. That's the question I had. Commit message with no body. Okay. Commit message with scope. Commit message with multi-paragraph body. Read by Z refs, blah. Oh, hey, look, refs to issues. That's super cool. Reviewed by. They should probably put at in front of that. If they put at in front of the reviewed by, then you could click on it. Specification, the keywords, must blah, blah, blah. Okay, so we don't need any of that. I'm going to bookmark this for now, because I'm going to come back to it. I'm going to start following it. Okay, so why did I go through all of that hassle? Because I want to know how to make issues for this, and I'm going to make an issue, and I'm going to call it, we're going to call an issue, let's call it, this is the title. So what should we say? Should we make it a feature, or no? It's just an issue, right? So it doesn't have to be named anything special. This is for, we want to have it, does not respect current context. So right now it does not log in the person with the current, actually it does respect the current context, but it does not, let's see, prompts for user when implied from context, current context. So it needs to stop doing that. Should match $user, and if the same as the namespace in the context, go ahead and assume that is the user rather than prompt for it to be typed in. Now, the reason we have to check against $user is because this thing can actually run on a multi-user system. So you can't just say, and some people will have contexts that are default. It'll say default, right? And that is obviously not a user. But, and that should be something that is activated by, some people may not want it, but we're gonna do that. We're gonna go ahead and add that. So submit. That's the first issue, and then the second issue is that issue remove dashboard reminder, since not all have. It was decided that this dashboard reminder text is unnecessary. Did I spell that right? I guess not. Oh shit, I added it to the ordered list. That was a mistake. How do I remove it? I have to go into my unnecessary. I guess it is right. I spelled it right. I am not bad. Okay. Anyway, submit. So we got to remove that. And yeah. It's issue. I'm going to actually put some notes in here so that we have a list of it. Issue view 1. So should match user. By the way, the colors there are using Glamour. Same thing I use for my Zettelkasten colors. It's a themable text terminal-based color library that is cross. Anybody that uses a Glamour package will get your same color in your terminal. Super cool. Another reason you should definitely use Go for your terminal-based applications, because you can reuse Glamour and stuff like that. There's nothing equivalent to that in Rust. And it's the closest thing to a terminal-based theming standard that exists, period. And if you want to know all about it, read it. It's in the GitHub CLI source code. That's where I found out about it. And I started using it for all my stuff too. That's why it does the highlighting so beautifully and consistently, because it's been themed. And that's just Markdown getting rendered through Glamour. Anyway, prompts for user when applied. Open less than a minute ago. Okay, we have no comments on this. I want to actually make a comment. Create. So I wanted to make a comment on what did I want to say? I can't remember. This is why I don't do this very much. Comment. I just typed list. Oh. Issue comment. Why isn't it doing it? Huh. Issue comment. I guess that's it. I know you can. Oh, it's view. Issue comment view. That shows you. I guess not. What am I typing wrong? I just had it. I think view gives you all of it. View. Issue view. Comment view. God damn it. Why? I was working before. What the hell? Oh, I didn't put the number. Ugh. Yeah. Yeah, you want to type your comment in? No, I'm not going to use web. I don't want to use web. There. Issue 1 comment, I think it is. View. I don't know where the 1 goes. I guess not. I guess it's just view 1. Yeah, and I guess it shows you all the comments. Yeah, it does show the comments. What was I going to do there? She's our... I had a comment to make. I can't remember what it was now. This is why I don't talk when I'm doing like real development. Because it breaks my train of thought for the hard stuff. I'm going to be doing some pretty hard SSH stuff later that I might not be able to talk through. I just have to do it and have people watch. Some parallel go routine kind of thing. Yeah, I was going to put comment. I can't remember now. So let's go ahead and make the change. So the issues is we have remove dashboard reminder. So let's actually go ahead and do that one. And then, oh, we need to make a PR for that. Actually, we can list both of the things that are fixed in a single PR. So I mean, I don't even know what to call the branch. It really doesn't matter because the branch is going to be deleted. And, you know, we could do what should we name our branches? I'm trying to practice doing this in a multi-user environment. So like if I had 2 people developing it, they would all have different branches checked out. And they should actually have unique names for their branches. So what should I name my GitHub branch so that we can actually do this? There's so many conventions about this, and I'm going to go ahead and read. Not going to keep pushing branches not useful after you finish them. You should delete them. I think using usually you have the issue and the user, but not always. Grouping tokens in front of your branch names. The groups can be named whatever that match your workflow, like short nouns or mine. Work in progress feature. See, your branches can match. Yeah. Yeah, I think we should make a match the conventional commits, which is why I was asking. So if we use conventional commits, we can go ahead and add that, right? We could say feature or whatever. It's not really a bug. I guess it's not really work. I mean, is it a bug? What would conventional commits have us documented as? It would have us do as feature or fix. We put it as a fix. It is a fix. The feature. Now, feature is the other one. So this is a lot of work. It was name/feature. You did your name, right? So I think probably do a name slash. I think we should probably put like name, username, slash, and then feet, colon, and then actually your employee Kerberos, yeah. Yeah. If we do this and we actually specify that it's got a feature in it, then it's like work on one specific feature, right? So how many issues do you put into it, right? Do you make one PR per ticket? I think that's probably the way to go, because that would give you the best tracking, even though it's a lot more work. Does that make sense? So I think that the proper way to do this is probably this: git checkout -b, and I'm going to call it rbxrob / fix, and I could actually put what issue it was, right? So we could do fix for remove dashboard reminder, since not all have it. fix, should I put fix one or fix number one? Prompts for user when apply for contests. So I don't know if that's a feature. Is that a feature or a fix? Yeah. Now, should it be fixed number one or should it be fixed one? If we do this, if we follow this, then we'll have one PR per issue ticket, right? And then in terms of management, we'll like collectively point all of our redundant issues and stuff to one single primary issue and use that to track everything, including commentary and stuff, right? So I think that's the way to go. Prompts for user when applied from current context. I don't know if this is a fix or a feature. So, I mean, it's kind of a feature, actually. I'm going to make it a feature because it really is. It's new behavior. And so it's not a valid branch name. Oh, yeah? How about this? Damn. That's frustrating. What is the convention then? Feature one? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously the commit is not going to be number one, you know? I mean, what else is there? What else could we do? New feature list. Get branch, new ref features. Review bug fix. If you have a GH issue open, just put the issue number. I have the issue number, but yeah. So are you talking about just the issue number only? That might be a way to go because then the issue might get recategorized from feature to bug and we don't have it hard coded into the name. I like that a lot. I like that because the thing is in fact, I don't know if it's a feature or a bug, right? Either way, that's what we're working on, right? So that would allow the issue to be recategorized or tagged without impacting it. So yeah, let's do that. All right. So, and that does not push up the branch yet, of course. To do that, we'll do that on our first commit, but we're not ready for that yet. So let's actually do that code locally, change it. So what is the issue? So issue one is GH issue view one. So we're going to should match user if the namespace is blah, blah, blah. So we have to go make that change. So now we can do that. I made some changes to the README. Yeah. Nothing to commit, working tree clean. Wait, didn't I already change the README? I did add a legal section. Oh, that's going to be interesting because that's not consistent with what's up there. That's already got a change to it. Yeah, so that's funny because that got committed in the other one, but not. Anyway, so we need to do some detection here. So the first thing we need to do is detect the home directory. So we need to get the user's home ID. And you know, we could say stuff like this. I mean, I don't need a struct for this. So I mean, I don't know. We could do. Should we make it an inline? Let's make it inline. Let's make it inline. And current equals an anonymous struct that current equals an anonymous struct that is it's an anonymous struct that has the name we're going to put, what does it have in it? It has let's see, let's do name, the current name, and the current the current context. current.context, current.name, current.user. There. And so down here, instead of in cluster, we can say current dot context equals blah. So user string context string. Sorry, I got this wrong. I don't do anonymous very much. There we go. So we got a username and context, and we can get the user. Now, the hard part of this is, yeah. Actually, I am going to need to make a function for this. It's a very simple function, but I'm going to have to make a function. I'm going to show you why that is. We already know this. We looked at this up the other day. So we're going to say internal dot current, and that's current current context. So, and you're gonna yell because this is actually, there is a stupid ass command client CMD to look this up that's broken, but we're gonna do it in a much better way. And then down here we're gonna use current dot context. This is the context name, and then we're gonna actually use the current user for that. And then so actually the user, if the current context is not nil, yeah, we need to check for that. So I think we need to. I think we need to change this a little bit. Yeah, this is going to go into the function internal auth. Actually, no. Let's make a new thing. Oh shit! I gotta move stuff here. I don't think we even use RESPC anymore. Context. This is a case context, by the way, not Kubernetes context, which is a different thing. Oh shit. There we go. Func current context. This is a current Kubernetes context. We could do Kate's context, I guess. I mean, we could do that. I don't know if that matters, but we need to add that because this is gonna, this needs to be reusable. So kids, and there has a name. Okay, config. Get context. So we have a name, cluster, auth. That's actually the user, and the namespace. And we are not going to use the Glow client stuff for this because it is totally broken. And I did that another day. So we're actually going to do the next best thing. We're going to parse this stuff using JSON reflection. And we're going to grab it straight out of the JSON string. So let me show you what I mean by that. So, okay, people don't know about this, but we're going to use the kubectl for this because why? Because kubectl also combines all the potential sources for kubeconfig. It's the only safe way to do what I'm about to do. It is. It is really the only safe way. See that? -o JSON. If you do anything else, if you try to access the kubeconfig file at .kubectl-config, you're bypassing a bunch of other shit that is used to resolve all of that. And the only safe way to do this is to actually do the call to kubectl config view. And once you do this, you can actually do your equivalent JQ kind of things. So you can say, show me all the users, and you can say, show me user 1, and you can get the data that you want. This is what we're after. 0. So there we go. So we got users, and then you can do .name, and you get your prod, you get your user token if you want it. I don't need the user token. That's been redacted because we're using view. I don't ever need to get the tokens that way, by the way. Those are always inbound. So, but if you're looking at other things, then you need that. So for example, contexts 0 or 1, contexts, I think it is 1. No, what is it? What is it? Keys, contexts. All right, so there we go. Context dot name. And we're going to do the same thing. We're just going to unmarshal it into Go. So there's only one context currently. It probably should be more. Oh, there's not. There's not. K. We just have the one right now. That's right. Because we haven't logged into the other one. We're going to add that actually. So, which I think that's hard coded into this particular one. Yeah, in fact, I could probably do it right now. Let's do it. K login dev. That's going to create my dev entry, and then inf. I mean, this is going to fail because it can't see the server, but that's okay. It's doing what I need to. I already know it because I confirmed it on my development machine on the Kubernetes cluster. So that content is good. So why did I do that? Because I want to get this. There. Now we have a current active context. And that is all the stuff that you can get through kubectl through kubeview commands, right? So config view. So I can actually do config view, and I can say current context, and I can get the, it must be a dash, and I get what? I don't know what we got. There should be a current context. There it is. Current dash context. Oh, you can't have dashes. That's right. Yeah, it needs that to be quoted. I forgot. Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird? There it is. You have to double quote it if you had the dash in there. Damn. All right. So anyway, that stuff's all going to be manipulated through reflection rather than using their piece of shit API. Which I've complained about at length, and I don't want to continue to complain about it. In case you want to know what you have to do for this, let me just show you really quick. Parsing the cube config file in Go client. Let me show you the actual code for this, which is broken, and I'll read you why it's broken. So this is it right here. Nope, none of that is good. This is the wrong one. No, this is it. That's not it. Let's get the address. Nope, that's not it. Build config for flag. There's another one here. Here we go. No, I can't find it. Let me see if I have the URL on the screen here. On my other screen. It's how to get current case context name using client Go. All right. This is so bad. I can't wait to show you. It's so bad. Look at this. Look at this. Oh my god. Z I'm gonna make a Z about this. How to get current Kate's context using client-go. This works actually. Here is the official way, but it is fraught with danger since it doesn't work consistently across versions of client-go, which is why Kate's source locks down the version of a third-party dependency. It also brings in about 30 dependencies into any project that uses client-go. So there's a lot of reasons not to use it. Like, did I spell throt wrong? Apparently. Throt. I don't. How do you spell throt? Is it AU? I guess that's not a word. So, is actually simpler and safer to just marshal the JSON from kubectl config view -o JSON instead. So I'll leave this open so we can go open that up, but so I mean, look at that. Look at that name. Look at that name. And it's not even right. It's totally broken. New non-interactive deferred loading client config. Somebody thought that was a good idea. And not me. I'm not using it. So, especially since I can get everything I need just with a simple JSON reflection and one call out to kubectl. Even though it calls that stupid ass code. Which, by the way, there's already a massive open ticket on dealing with named auth-infos sections as a list versus a map. You don't have to mess with any of that if you use the kubectl command, because it'll always be consistent. So name cluster auth-info namespace. These things will all be the same. So we have the current.name. So what we're going to do is we're going to, rather than even do the, actually, let's do context. We could say something like this. We could say, we could actually, do we want to actually say is current and then loop through it and then make it a property? Does that make sense? Or do we want to have that separate? We should probably have that separate, right? Kate's context, let's say type Kate's current context. And I'm just going to wrap this up, this function. Oh, that's a function. It's super easy. Funk soul brother, check it out now. Funk soul brother. Kate's current context. Just, I mean, this is super easy, but just to make sure it's consistent. Context. It's either going to give you a current context or nothing. Yeah. And where's my out? Yeah, I think I have my quiet out here. Return. I mean, that's it. I already had that there. Didn't even need it. Wait, what's going on? Line 12. Wait, I don't need the internal anymore because it's in here now. Out quiet. Very quiet. Context. We're going to return a Kate's context pointer. We're going to return a Kate's context pointer. Or nil. Oh, wait. No. We could say Kate's contexts. How about that? And then we're going to create a... We should probably return a map. Yeah. We're going to return a map. Because they can't. Map string... do I need to do a pointer? No. Map string... Kate's context. And we're good to go. Return... let's see. Context equals map string. Kate's, we're going to marshal into this thing. So we need a new reference to it, right? Yeah. So, because we're going to unmarshal that. And then we return it, the actual instance to it. So, okay. Unmarshal from kubectl. Well, all right. We still have errors here, and I don't know why. Let's go find them. 12. I got too many of these on there. Is that right? String space quiet outer. Give it current context. What do I got? What is the problem? 12:4. Oh. Okay. Function current case current context. Context. I don't ever make my identifiers more than 20 characters. I think it's a sin against nature. I don't care if I have to put an abbreviation there. String space, kubectl current context. Oh, I broke this again. I was right before. All right, so there. Strings equals blah 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 blah. Now what? Now what are we gonna do next? Sin against my eyes. What one? The long one or the short one? I mean, I can deal with a couple acronyms, you know. I'm good with it. Right? I'm a very functional person, but I don't like crazy ass functions. I'd rather they go in a different package library, and you know what I mean? You know what I could do? If I wanted to make this even better, yeah, I mean, let's just be honest. What I should do is this. Yeah, I'm just afraid it would conflict with other stuff. So tell me your votes. I have a question for y'all. I want to see what you think. So there's two ways to do this. I can make it so that the naming of the function is kind of like safe and can move around anywhere. Or I could do the Go thing, which would be to put all of this stuff in a Kate's package. You see where I'm going with this? But then which of this stuff goes in there, right? All of it kind of needs to go in there if we do that, if we start doing that. You see what I'm saying? So like if I were to make a Kate's package, then I could put all that stuff under Kate's. Hey, this thing is pointing to this other thing. Yeah. So, and putting K8S in here is kind of lame because this is automatically assumed to be Kubernetes related. So you know, you know, it's kind of like, you see what I'm saying? But if I get rid of the name there and I put it under a different place, you know what I'm saying? Now you see where this goes? It's a tough call. It is, isn't it? Because it's like, what I could be doing is I could do this. I mean, this entire package, everything in here, probably belongs in a package called kubeconfig. Kubeconf, right? Kubeconf dot whatever. That's kind of where it belongs. I mean, if we're going to do this right, that's where it belongs. And type, yeah. So right now, this thing is so simplified that all of the calls in here are to internal dot, right? But the whole point of using internal is so that we end up creating packages that can be reused someplace else. But then we get down on a rabbit hole really fast, right? So instead of internal, it would be this. Instead of it being internal, it would be Kate's. It would be Kate's conf, or it would be kubeconf, right? Decision to best decision. Defer the decision is best decision. Yes, I think kubeconf.current context is absolutely beautiful, and I'm going to do that. I agree. I think it needs to be its own. Look at how pretty that looks. You see what I'm saying? So instead of having kubeconf here, we could have stay consistent with yourself. Yeah, I think we could have kubeconf. In this case, it would be kubeconf.dir. You see what I'm saying? So we could actually read that information all up front and then reuse that code. So even though this is related to this one change, I feel like it's the right thing to do. So let's do that. Make directory kubeconf, which is kind of cool because now I'm not ready to take it out of the internal package yet, right? I probably should do that if I want to make a reusable package that other people can use, but then other people will be tied to it. So, but if I at least think of it as potentially eventually one day going out of here, I can do that, right? So then I can move, yeah, I can move. I don't think we use RSPCT anymore. I don't think we use it. I think we got rid of using it. Yep. We don't need that anymore. Oh, I need to commit that though. Commit. See, that commit did not get, I did not follow my convention, right? That's actually a fix. So that is a cleanup. What is it that they called it? Fix feature chore. That's a chore. That's a chore. Do we capitalize? This correlates to the patch. A committed type feature introduced in the feature. I'm not mandated allow. So they don't capitalize after that, which I thought was interesting. I don't know why, but they don't. So chore. Commit chore. I want to start getting in the habit of thinking along these lines. Like, if I just did a thing, I want to make a commit message that actually, matters. So there we go. Yeah, let me do another one. Prompt test. We don't really need that. So, sure, remove prompt test that go. All right, get status. Okay, here we go. So, fix feel like a chore. Does auth test too? I mean, let's be real. That is, I mean, I'm going to leave this one just so people can see how to use it. move context into kubectl-conf. See into kubeconf. Move context. Another thing too is that this will make so the names are not internal. I should probably not have internal be a package name. I mean, I think that's kind of an anti-pattern. So I think I'm going to go ahead and fix that with this one and get it working, and then I'll make that change. In fact, let's open an issue on it. Create a better package naming for stuff in internal. Submit. All right. And so, I mean, this is the other thing too, is this will be tested. Oh shit, it's not going to find out quiet anymore. We're probably going to have a circular dependency, and I got to be careful on that. Yeah. Yeah, I might end up, if I move one thing, I might have a circular dependency. So, this might force me to put everything in the right place. You know, I mean, this is to follow the actual Go idiomatic way to do this kind of stuff. These things should be packages, right? It should be prompt.hidden, prompt.read, prompt.whatever. Does that make sense? This should be a package. This should not be. That's the idiomatic Go way to do it. Is to leverage package naming as a part of your naming convention. That is not common in C++ or Java or anything like that. So you would get prompt.prompt though, and that would be, you know, lame. Prompt prints given raised message. We could say, in this case, it would be like prompt.for or prompt.whatever. Prompt.hidden. It's regular. People use the package names to prompt.read. This would be prompt.interactive, maybe. Prompt prints the given message, reads the string by calling read. The argument signature is identical as that passed to prompt. Prompt hidden, read hidden. We could actually put our interactive stuff in there if we wanted to. If we wanted to do this well. I actually want to put that code in here because we are going to reuse that code. I know the code's getting a little bit bigger, but it's going to be much more reusable. And then it'll be a candidate for getting factored out into something else. I know, I go back and forth. Yeah, see, because if the reason I'm going to have to refactor all of this is because this is calling out quiet, right? So I don't want to do this, right? I mean, that'll probably work because there's no circular dependency, but that is not the way to do it. The way to do it is, it'd be exec. But then what exec are we using, right? Are we using my exec, or are we using, I actually am thinking about doing CMD, CMD out.quiet, CMD, whatever. And people use CMD as a command. I could say command out quiet, run.out quiet. How about run? Should we make it run? Run. Should we make it run or should we make it exec? And the reason I like run is because exec's already taken for a bunch of other names. So if I do that, then, you know what I'm saying? So we can make directory run, move exec into, I'm going to break a bunch of stuff, I don't care. CD into run. And then here we have run dot execute, checks for existence of a first argument. We could do like CLI. We'll call it CLI or run. Should we call it CLI or run? CLI.exec. Command line execute. We can make it as if it were the command line, you know what I mean? All this stuff relates to the command line. CLI dot out quiet. No, run dot out quiet. Run dot, I want run. I want it to be called run. So you're now called run. And this stuff matters, man, because it's going to be hard coded. I mean, that's why it's an internal, so we can mess with it. But now I just broke a bunch of other stuff. So if I go into run though, this will keep me. This is going to keep me from having a circular dependency though. So, you know, I could have. I mean, if I want to keep it so it's not a breaking change. Yeah. It's kind of a chore, actually. It is. It's kind of a cleanup chore. Certs, clusters. Yeah. I feel like the clusters directory should have everything in it. Does that make sense? Yeah. Clusters. We're going to have a lot of packages though. But if we do that, then we can move the certs. If we do this, we can move all of our certs into the clusters directory. Seeded clusters. That's very pretty, except for I lost my clusters.go file. Move clusters.go into clusters. So people can come in here and they'll know what's going on. Between under over packaging. I know. Yes, it is. I agree, Wetslug. I agree. Clusters. I like that these are all next to each other. See what I'm saying? So now the embed is nice and easy. It's like they're not in two separate places. Like go modify the clusters package, sub package to your environment and call it a day. You know what I'm saying? I like that so much better. It's nice and clean. I can put a README in here. Hell, I could even put a documentation for the clusters package in here because this is now a package, so I can have package variables. Oh God, this is beautiful. Yes. The clusters package is designed to be customized with hard-coded and values for OIDC cluster authentication and embedded CA certificates. There. Now we do go. I don't even read a README now. I mean, I can have it, but I don't. I mean, I could combine this README into the clusters package file. Yeah, and then this is so much better because then this will be documented with the interface. So when it gets up to GoDoc, it'll be there. If I don't do it, it won't be. To obtain reliable copies of certificate authority PEM files, grab them, fetch them from the config map inside every configured cluster as follows. Using the following command. this command works for self-signed Kubernetes clusters as well as those with custom certificates, those that have been bootstrapped with custom certificates. Note that OpenSSL client connect methods will return the server cert methods as mistakenly documented in Stack Exchange and elsewhere. Will wrongly return the server cert, not the actual CA, which will work but is incorrect. And can be verified by examining the content of the cert with OpenSSL X509. Something like the following. Actually, we do have to format these because these are Go comments, so they have to be formatted. OpenSSL 509 in temp CA out CRT. Cube ca.crt no out test text. Note that you may have to temporarily enable insecurity to make the request for the config map, but don't forget to remove this, but this will be removed once the CA certificate authority data has been properly embedded into the cluster within kubectl within configuration. Okay, so that's good. Now, I mean, that makes me very happy because now I don't have documentation in two places. I can do go doc and I get the documentation, which is now going to be saved as well, and stuff. And then we can do clusters.go. This already says what to do here. Actually, let's do this. Let's move. I mean, it's kind of big, so let's move clusters.go to doc.go, which is a convention in Go to document the package when things get kind of out of hand. Remove this README. We don't need that anymore. We can move the clusters.go. Remove the documentation now because it's kind of messy. So now this is the only file. So if you were doing some sort of automation, this is where it would be, right? Now the question is whether I want to leave the struct in here so people can actually see what values go into the struct. I am going to remove this though because I want them to be able to auto-generate the clusters.go file. And so that's what I'm doing. So we'll say types.go and I'm going to put that in here instead. So that, again, the idea is to play nice with GitOps and CI/CD. That's going to auto-generate this binary from source. So now the source code, this clusters file needs to be created, right? And we can put a note in here at the top of it. We could say, warning, this file is often auto-generated, containing specific cluster information for a given Kubernetes environment. Update this file and add the corresponding CRT files to this package to customize. There. Okay. And the client secret is not dangerous, so nobody need to worry about that. All right. That makes me so much happier. Go dev test. All right, we're cooking with gas. Okay, so that was a huge change. So what do we want to put that under? What is calling it? Let's see here. Git add clusters. Clusters.go and certs git commit. And then what? Is this a fix? No, it's a chore. Chore. It's not a breaking change. It's a chore. Make configurable cluster configurations. Make configurable clusters easier to maintain. Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to change some other things too, but all right, now we have auth test and auth.go. I could change this to be request OIDC password auth. I could put this in an auth package and say auth.request OIDC pass. That's probably the way to go. Also, because I'm going to be adding different types of methods here. So yeah, packages are where it's at. We're going to make it called auth. And I'm going to move auth, everything into auth. And we have the auth test, but we really don't need it. Auth. I mean, I wonder if we should call it Kate's auth instead of auth. Should we call it cube auth instead of auth? I mean, we could do that. Let's call it cube auth. Move auth to cube auth. Because it's very specific to Kubernetes, actually. No, it's not. The OSDC single password is not Kubernetes specific. It's not. It's really not. So kubeconf is definitely specific. Prompt is, doesn't that go under run? No. Prompt.read hidden, prompt.read, prompt hidden. Internal. We got to get it out of internal though. So I think that could go into run. We could have run.prompt hidden, run.read, run.read hidden. Yeah, let's put all that into. Let's put that all into run. I mean, this is the kind of stuff you could spend all day messing with. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't spend any time on it. And so you end up with shit that is horribly named and organized. And I'm a little bit the other way. I spend way too much time on this shit. I care. This is the art of development, is making stuff that's easy to understand. So if you remove the artistic element from code development, it's no fun. Making an elegant package that somebody just like, mwah, you know, when they use it every time and they're like thanking you for making a beautiful package. That is the art of code. And people throw that away all the time. It's really sad. And I don't. I spend too much time on it. Maybe the German in me, but I don't know. I just can't do it. That map string any is kind of bothering me there, but I'm still good with it. I think we should probably make a type for that, but I don't want to do that. I'm going to leave it like that because it's pretty basic. This is an actual Kubernetes context, which is why I called it. I didn't want to call it kube context, or I didn't want to call it the same thing. This OADC request is a thing that works. And yeah, we're still returning our new map string any. We can just call this a response. It doesn't have to be an RR response. Just think I'm stuttering there. Stuttering. Oh wait, we already have a response.body. I can't call it that. Nope. So we have to have that still there, unfortunately. Yep. We could call it data, I guess. That's really all it is. It's just data. It's just a data blob. That's all. We name this right? Auth, okay. Auth test, did we already name that? Nope. We'll call it auth. This test is gonna fail because it's not called this anymore. Yeah, I'm gonna change this to auth. Request OIDC paths. Grant error. That's not gonna work. We need to have it be. Yeah, we have the grant scope there. That's good. Okay, so that's good. Auth.go. ODC pass. Make sure URL. Make sure everything's kosher. Client ID, CID is passed as client ID to assure URL, identifying the ODC support. Okie dokie. God, this is so much simpler than what I had before. I cannot overstate how much complicated code I had for this stupid shit. I'm so glad it's so much better. It is so much better than it was. So there. Yeah. I mean that. Okay. So now let's see. Git status. Let's put that commit under a thing. Git commit. Let's see. Git add auth star. Did I get them all? Git add auth.go test.go git commit dash m chore move ydc auth into own package. Git status. Let's make sure the prompt stuff works actually. Run prompt go. Is this all good? This is the run package. There's no other dependencies. Git add prompt. Git add run. Git add exec. Git status. Git commit. Chore move exec and prompt into new run package. Get the status. Modify main. The kube config. What were we going to do with that? I can't remember. Kube config. Oh, right. Context. Yeah, we have to finish this. Okay, so this is the actual thing that we're adding right now. We should probably do a regression test to see if we can still parse all of the other stuff. And let's make sure we didn't break anything and make our dependencies all resolve. So let's work on that first, and then I'll come back to this one. So go test. This is going to block. Oh, it is. All right. Well, because we have to import run that out. This will get it now. There we go. See. Nice. All right. So, okay. So that's all going to compile. Now we just have to fix our main program to use our new fancy stuff. In fact, it's probably time to drop go some. I mean, I could have done that with tidy, but we're going to use go work for now, but that eventually is going to get dropped. You should never commit a go work, by the way. Yeah, git commit, go work, chore, drop, go.work. That should never have been in there in the first place. Same with go work sum. Work sum. Go work dot sum. And we should add a git ignore for that. For dot go dot work and go dot work dot sum and go dot work dot off. Git add git ignore git commit dash m add chore add git ignore for go dot work. Git status. All right. We need to reset the go sum file. Yeah. So let's fix main first. Main is going to not be using internal at all anymore. So we're going to have a ton of dependencies here, but that's fine because they're all to our internal stuff. So this is going to be, yeah. You know what? Let's finish the context and we'll rewrite this part completely. Let's finish context first. Yeah. Let's get that to work. We can even write our own independent testing now because it's all a separate package. So nice reason to have it as a separate package. I mean, seriously, we could actually run localized tests here. In fact, I'm going to do that. Let's do that. Let's do that right now. Context test.go package kubeconf test func example. I'll comment this out later, but I just want to test it. Current context I would put prod fmt print ln kubeconf dot current context. I just decided I want to rename it, so there. So, that I already did. Ha! All right, so go test. Prompt is missing of some entry from module. Internal run to add. Oh, we need to go work on all that shit. Yeah, it's because I turned off all my go work. Sorry about that. Go work init. Go work use dot. You have to have that or it won't work. Because it needs to resolve all that jazz. Go test. Kubeconf current context is the function value. Context test. Example current context print. Oh, whoopsie daisy. Go test. All right. Got inf. Wanted prod. Well, that's fine. Okay. Config use context prod. How about now? Yay, we passed. Okay, so current context. Yeah, so the current context is just the name. So let's actually document up that shit. I have a bad habit of documenting things before they're finished and then having to throw it away because I decide not to use it. So I'm going to force myself to not do that right now. But I really want to. I really want to add the documentation of this right here. So, yeah. And I mean, there is one thing we need to have. Package cube configured. That's the standard, by the way. Handles interactions with Kubernetes configuration as encapsulated by the kubectl config command. Which is the only appropriate way of handling the many possibilities of combined Kubernetes configuration files. Config this is also more reliable than using the client.go library as evidenced by the Kubernetes project locking a specific third-party package dependencies in that library. Therefore, many of the values are taken from kubectl conf view-o JSON and marshaled appropriately, ensuring maximum longevity to longevity and compatibility, which using client-go unfortunately does not provide. I hate to say it, but it's true. Because you could have a different version of kubectl, right? Yeah, so context. You know, we could put in a init in here that says if you don't have a kubectl, you're done. But no, we're gonna try it. We're gonna keep it like this. Current context. Contexts. All right, so we have to do the unmarshalling. This is the hard work. I'm going to actually take a quick break before I get into that. We're going to be parsing JSON and marshalling it. So that is what will be next. Stay tuned. Here's some music. All right, so sufficiently taking a break. We're going to go write some JSON parsing code. So pay attention if you've coded Go before. If you haven't coded Go and you don't know how to get JSON into a struct, we're going to do it right now. So what we're going to do is basically the same kind of thing I've been doing with JQ here to get these context information out, and then we're going to marshal that into the struct. So the first thing we need to do is figure out what are the fields of a context going to be, and we can actually emulate that on the command line right now. We can do our config line. Actually, I already have one somewhere. Where is it? Here it is. So so there's the JQ, and we could go dot contexts. We get all our context, right? So that's an array of contexts. And if we just take one of them, let's take the first one. This is what is going to get marshaled. This is the JSON that's going to get marshaled, right? So we can go ahead and now, I know for a fact in the Go source code, which I've looked at 3 or 4 times, that this is actually called a named auth info. That's its name. That's its name. I'm sorry, not a named auth info. This is a named context. I think it's it's like end context, right? Because it's an array, even though it's actually a map. And this is one of the most broken things about Kubernetes configuration files is that they have created a map and they've created named arrays, which essentially translate into maps in the internal code. And they've had to have these convoluted processes that combine all this stuff. Which is really too bad because they could have done the right thing and they could have used a key there instead, but they didn't do that. So they could have had dev : and then have the name be one of the things that they could have made into a map, but they didn't make it that. They made it into an array. So probably because they're used to named arrays from Node or whatever the fuck. Whatever the reason for that, it's broken, and that's just how it is. So we're going to use this. We're going to unmarshal using JSON and omit empty. Always put omit empty if you don't have it. It should be there all the time though. So we're going to grab name. Actually, in this case, wow, that's going to be weird. We're going to have to, God damn it. We're going to have to create a flattened context. We're going to have to read a map string interface out of this just to get this, because we're going to have to flatten this dev thing. Because technically the name can be different than the cluster name. God, that's stupid. It's so stupid. We're going to have to do the flattening that they have to do, except for we have to do it during reflection. That is really fucking stupid. Whatever. What we need to figure out too is whether we want to have context be marshalable, so like when people print a string of it, that they're going to get what they actually expect, which is going to be, you know, a named context. I don't want to even get into that business. The reason I don't want to get into that business is because if I print this context and I want to have it so that it could be appendable to a config file, then I have to violate the structure of the context because I have to make it into 2 different things. So fuck it. We're not going to have, I'm not going to even allow any kind of reflection on this. In fact, I'm going to say that context represents a current Kubernetes context as set as output from the kubectl config get context output. Note that the format of the configuration file is different in that the name itself is not under the context values. This is one of the biggest fuck ups in the whole entire project as far as I'm concerned. It drives me nuts. For this reason, marshalling and unmarshalling. Is that an actual word? I guess not. Are not recommended. Since the resulting string is incompatible with the content of a kubeconfig file. So we could make a function that does that, though. That's why it's off. It just annoys me to no end. We're gonna have to have a read context thing. Yeah. Fuck. All right, so we have to have a map string any. We don't even need this yet. We're gonna need that later, but what we need to do, we have to make a fucking intermediate thing to load this up because it's so fucked up. So the only way to do that is to send Marshall map string any. So we're gonna say that. We're gonna say holder equals map new map string any. And then we're going to say error equals JSON dot unmarshal. And that's good. We're going to need a byte string here. I can do this in two. You know what? Let's do it this way. We could say JSON equals run dot out quiet kubectl config view dash o dash JSON and let's see what we got. Let's go start running our tests here. SC internal cd kubectl conf go test. I should actually start to do this. Let's do an entr bash dash c clear go test dot slash dot 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 and then we'll feed it a list of all the Go files, actually all the files, and we'll be done. What did I miss? ANTR. I don't have ANTR in here? Man, how did I manage? All right, there we go. So now anytime I make any updates, it'll run my tests. So to do unmarshal, holder declared but not used, or some marshal undefined. I probably have to import it. A fiddle method unmarshal Oh, wait, it's Marshall. What am I talking about? JSON Marshall. Holder is declared not used. Marshall undefined. No, that's it. It's encoding. Where is JSON? Why is it not doing it? Did I do it wrong? It should be. It's Marshall, right? Marshall, Will, and Holly. Why isn't it picking it up? It should be picking it up. Nope. Damn it. What am I doing wrong? Type string has no value method Marshall. Type of string. What the hell? Oh. I am so silly. I keep overwriting my package names. That's the second time I've done it on stream. And then struggled. Yeah, so we need two values. We need the first one's a byte slice and wait, no, that's not right. The first one is a V. Marshall returns JSON encoding of V. Oh, we want unmarshall. Yeah, of course we do. Marshall. God damn it. And then it's going to tell us what to do. Yeah, there we go. Byte. And then what we want the, so we make this out, return byte slice. I don't think it does. And then we want what we want, which is where we're going to put it. And that is in holder. And then we can actually print out holder. Holder. And that should just be JSON. Error declared not used. I mean, we could probably log this. Return. We always have to return context though. Yep. So, yeah. We're not going to return the error because I don't want to. So there. I don't want to. Empty holder. It's not making it to here actually. It's also not printing the error. What the hell? I should have put test-v. Huh. Why is it working? Example. Oh. Derp. Yaf. Yaf. And then example. Context. Yep. This is definitely not going to produce prod, but it'll give us something. Wow, look at that. It gave us a bunch of stuff. That's what we want. That's what we want. All right, so I'm going to leave that log there. This can go away. Hell, we're done, actually. No. We're going to have to iterate through each of the contexts in this section. So, yeah, we're going to have to iterate through. Well, we have to through all of the contexts and then populate the fields, right? So first we have to fetch it, right? We put holder in here, and yeah, so we actually need, yeah. For context, for I context, in range contexts. We did a map string, thank God. Frankly, no, it's map string any. Never mind. So frankly, we can do this. We can say range holder, and I is the number. We don't need that. Yes, we do. Actually, no, we don't. We don't care about the order. We just want them all. We're going to make a map out of them. That's what we're doing. That's what this is. We're going to make context into a map string context. So this could be CTX, which, by the way, is like a very respected name for other contexts, which is a little bit confusing, but that's okay. So, I mean, just for now, let's just log print it. Let's just log print the CTX name, which is unfortunately, I don't know if that's going to work actually. Yeah, it is. It's going to work. Cannot range over holder type map string any. Oh. Oh. Wait, what? Name undefined. Type of no field method name. Oh. So stupid, Rob. Stupid, Rob. Can I index CTX variable type any? I was afraid of this. Yeah, I'm going to have to cast it, which is annoying, but whatever. It's whatever. Name is... It's because it's in any. So, GTX dot... name... If it has one. Wait, we already... No. That's a guaranteed. It's going to have that. So... I mean, it should have that. We should do an is to see if it even has it. It should have it, though. I mean, if it doesn't, that would be really weird. I don't like doing validation against a kubeconfig file that should already be valid. This makes me upset. Just a letter. That's not different than other languages. C's been doing that forever. You should name your variables based on scope and stop making complicated long name variables you have to repeat 30 times in a single function. It makes the code very hard to read. And Rob Pike and the gang are much more experienced programmers than most of the others, and they have made a beautiful convention for naming that I absolutely love. I hate reading long names 20 times in functions. It drives me nuts. Because you can't get to the actual thing. You know, you only needed to see it the one time. It's my personal pet peeve. But so first of all, we need to see if we have a thing. So because we can't actually marshal, you know what? Oh, fucking, I'm going to use proper unmarshaling. I don't want to have to cast all these. I don't want to have to cast them all. So I'm going to do a proper struct here. I'm going to do a temporary struct, though. I'm not going to make it something anybody can actually use. And let's do that. So let's make holder is one of a struct. All right. Yep. We're going to make it one of a struct that has a name. Name is a string. And it's going to fix the stuff here. And then what? And then it has a CTX, which is a map string as far as I know. Okay, so I mean, this is actually no, this is not a map string. This is another struct. Yeah, then we can pull stuff right out of it. So let's do that. Let's say CTX is also an inline struct that is defined by, I don't know if I can do an inline struct that way. I don't know, we'll see. 30 expected expression. I don't think I could do this one here. Yep. Oh, I have too much stuff here. I don't do inline structs very much in Go, so that's why I'm kind of floundering. Line 30. I got another syntax here I got to fix first. Oh, wait, it wants this. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I mean, I kind of had it right. CTX needs to be another struct. And it needs to have I don't know, what does it have? It has, I mean, I just did it. Okay, cluster user namespace. Those are all strings. Cluster string. User string. Namespace string. All right. Generics. They've had generics for more than 2 years. And they're awesome. Yep. CTX. So that should be enough. Now, one of the things I can do with this is I can actually map this now. I think I've never mapped. This is the first time I've ever done this. We're gonna try to map an anonymous struct to get reflection right, and then I can just unmarshal the whole thing. So, emit empty name. Actually, this should. Yeah. Well, it won't automatically unmarshal unless it's exported. So, at least I don't think that I've never tried to unmarshal from an inline struct. I've never tried that before. I've never tried it. I wonder if we even need this. We might be able to pull it automatically. Normally though, it wouldn't see it because it's not capitalized. So, but I wonder if it's in the same scope, if it'll do it. That'd be so stinking cool. We're going to know really fast. So what we're going to do now is, we're actually going to make, it's got to be capitalized to the unmarshal. I don't think it'll marshal period unless it's capitalized. I think it has to be an exported field in order for it to be marshaled at all. From my understanding, that's the way I've always used it. But I'm wondering if you could get away with it, if it's an inline struct, if you get away without marshaling, right? I suspect that the answer to that is no. I'd rather not waste my time. This is actually not user. This is actually auth info. If you look at the underlying stuff. So, so yeah, we're gonna have to do this. Cluster mid empty JSON user comma mid empty. Yeah, I mean that's actually not the auth info. I mixed them up. It's the name of the auth info. It identifies the auth info to use, but it's actually called user for some stupid reason. So that should definitely unmarshal that just fine. Temporary to get by the unmap, the unmappedness of this map. Okay. I think that'll marshal right in. Yep. And yes, as long as you have a lab that you can prove you can do everything in. Somebody's asking if CKS is worth it. I think it's worth it, yeah, but I think you should be able to do that stuff without it. Plus, there's lots more that's not covered by those certs, so you need to know to do the job. Spend the money on a VM server and spin up your own clusters from scratch and learn about CNIs and ingress and everything that they don't teach you on the exam. They are valued by the job market. Yes, that'll open the door, but you can't do the job with just a CKA and a CKS. No, you can't. It's not nearly enough, especially if you're managing an on-prem cluster. I'm not the only one saying that. Okay, so that's people who hire her saying that. But seriously, rather than drop, because you're talking about 2 certs at $400 or $500 a piece, rather than drop, and if you're going to get the CCAT as well, which you probably should do, that should probably be your first one. That's $1,200 worth of certs. Take that money, buy a machine that's got 58, 59 cores and 256 gigabytes of RAM, and go make your own Kubernetes clusters multiple times over and set up your own lab. That is way better investment for your money. And I quote a senior hiring person worked for a very large company in my chat. I would hire somebody who can demonstrate that they're managing their own Kubernetes lab at home over any CKA any day. CKA is still going to get you open through the past HR, but in terms of like getting the job, you shouldn't be dealing with HR anyway, because you should be dealing through a network of professionals who have referred you and they've already bypassed HR. They don't have to go through the HR problem. If you're trying to cold call HR because with your certs or hope that somebody finds you on LinkedIn, then you're doing it wrong, in my opinion. I think you should be working your professional network, going to conferences, going to meetups, meeting people in our streams here, stuff like that, other streams, whatever, and then making those connections and proving to them that you know how to do Kubernetes administration because you have a lab and you have created multiple clusters over time and demonstrated how to configure them in every possible way. Set up your own storage classes, set up your own Istio, set up your own CNI. You know what Calico is. Calico is not on any certification exam at all. You know, and you set up your own Harbor registries so you can set that thing, all the things up necessary to be an actual infrastructure engineer supporting Kubernetes there. You already take a CCAD. Nice. If somebody's paying for you to get the certs, then just get them. That's a no-brainer. If you have some company that's paying for you to get the certs and they're giving you the time to do it, yeah. But that's not enough. That's an easy one. Yeah, if someone else is paying, yeah, please go for it. Unless they're not going to give you money to make your own lab. Most companies won't. Right? You guys say companies will pay. They'll drop $2,500 for you to go to 1 week of training, whether or not you learn anything. But when you ask them for the same $2,500 for you to set up a home lab so you can learn all the same stuff, they're like, "Oh, hell no." How screwed up is that? We can't trust you that you're going to do training. You're just going to buy a gaming machine and play it on all the time. What do you think your person's going to do with $2,500 to go to a conference and hang out with their buddies and get drunk and then take a certificate at the end? I've seen this. I have personally seen companies waste money on assholes who do that shit. But if you try to negotiate with them for a collection of books like I eventually successfully did at Nike.com, because I was like, I am tired of throwing this money away when I could take half of that money and buy out the O'Reilly section of PAL Books and get my own education. And my manager went for it. And I skyrocketed above anybody who ever went to any of the paid certification exams places. So, okay, enough ranting. I got to calm down now. Yeah, Salesforce emails. It just spends some time on it as well. Yeah, if you want to learn it, you got to play with it, right? Greater books and labs are greater than colleges and boot camps. They are if you read them. How many of you bought how many of you have at least one book on yourself that you paid over $60 for that you've never actually opened? I know you do. How many of you have a Udemy course that you bought like 2 years ago and never even started it? How many of you have exercise equipment in your house that you don't use regularly? It's because we think that buying it somehow is going to like give it to us like the Matrix or something. Like we're going to download Kung Fu. I know Kung Fu. Not happening. You got to spend time with it. So whether it's a cert or it's a lab or a book, you got to commit to doing it, obviously. And otherwise you're not going to get it. And that's, I'm speaking to myself here just as much as anyone. I mean, come on. I have a $30,000 lab right behind me. And you know what percentage of it I'm actually using right now? Maybe 2%. Because I have a job, I have a family, I have to get healthy. I have all the same distractions as anybody else. I also have an overpriced lab because I started a business 10 years ago that I still have the equipment for. So I'm just trying to tell you that I am just like you. I am not trying to be a hypocrite here. I need to learn this just like you. So there. 20 unfinished programming books. But there's something about having a programming or a tech book that gives you a sense of security because you know it's there. Even though you have the entire fucking internet to go to to get answers. They would give you the same sort of answers, take you longer to get them. There's something about having that book right next to you that's like, oh, if I ever needed to understand the deep innards of TCP/IP, I could open my TCP/IP Illustrated to page 20 and I can actually understand. It's all right there at my fingertips. Makes you feel happy and safe. Same reason that having this bike over here, this big $5,000 exercise bike right here that I've ridden how many times last week? Like 2 times. I should be riding it every day. So, what if the internet fails? Good point. Well, you're making my point about why you should not be using programming tools that require you to have an internet. Thank you for doing that, because I constantly need fodder to make that argument. I need more evidence to make that argument, because people continue to push the idea that all you need is access to such and such a website and your programming team will be miraculously saved from all sorts of evils of like actually writing code on a laptop. And I'm like, oh, you mean you're going to make your entire development process depend on them having an internet connection that's sustained and up and regular? Good luck with that. We want to create our own internet. I want that. Yeah. Then we lose our jobs. All right, back to coding. What was I doing? See, I like these distractions. These are fun distractions. This is good water cooler talk. Thank you very much for the water cooler talk. Okay, so here are what we are doing. Now, if I wanted to go one step further, guess what else I could do? Yeah, I could actually do this. Oh my God, what did you just do, Rob? I made an array of structs. Now I can unmarshal that thing directly. I can unmarshal that thing straight up. So holder is now a slice of structs that match this particular format, and I can directly unmarshal that. Yep. And just to prove it, I'm gonna print it. I'm gonna print that shit. Now we still have to loop through there to make our proper map. create map from holder. But in the interim, we can go ahead and print out holder just to show you what I mean. Where's our test? Okay, so our map is empty namespace. Wait, we have an error here that we need to go look up. Unmarshal non-pointer struct name. Okay, so we have a non-pointer. So holder needs to be, we need to take a pointer to this. So that's fine. We'll take a pointer to that. And that should work. So can unmarshal object into go value of type struct. Cluster string, user string, namespace string. Cannot unmarshal object into go value of type struct. Oh, because I know why. Yeah, because I'm trying to unmarshal the whole frickin' thing. And I don't want that. I actually just want... Oh, sigh. I'm not going to be able to get to it, am I? Can I use a JSON path? Oh my god, that would be so awesome. Please let me use a JSON path. Please let me use a JSON path. Please let me use a JSON path. I can use a JSON path. Oh my god. This is going to make my day right here. I don't like JSON paths, but... Oh, did you see that? Oh my god. JSON path saves you. JSON path saves you when you don't have JQ. So it's worth learning, even though I hate it. Yep. This will probably... Yes, this will probably work now. Nope. Invalid character / looking for beginning of value. What does that mean? What the hell happened? It should be fine. Netlib. The Let's Go book isn't any good. I don't know. Oh, wait. I forgot a thing. I am a bad person because I forgot the thing. It's still saying it wants something at the beginning of a value. Valid character, blah, looking at the beginning of a value. Where is that error coming from? I think it's coming before that. It is. It's coming after that. It's coming in the unmarshal. Okay, so it's printing the error right here. We're trying to unmarshal holder. It's not doing it. I am going to print the output just because I want to see if it made it. Okay, so... Oh, wow. It has a... Well, that's really weird. It actually... Did you see it put quotes around it? It did. It put quotes around it. That's cool. I mean, I'm realizing something here. I'm realizing that when you call JSON path from a system exec call, the colons, the single quotes that go around JSON path in a normal command line that are there, they get in the way because those things are removed from the shell before they ever hit. So the actual thing to pass, the actual argument is to pass is quoteless. Very interesting discovery, because that is actually properly unmarshaling it. Booyah! There you go. So there it is. Now we just have to isolate that and increment through it. So now we just have to loop through that because we have an array already, and we already have a context. So it's just a matter of translating the values and making a new context object. So we have context is a map, and we're going to go ahead and do that map. Map is a much funner thing to work with anyway. So for, we don't care about the item. For, what do I want to call this? For named context. Because that's what they call it. It's for named context. Yeah. No, this is fine. This is a Marshall just fine. So named context equals, we're going to range over our holder, right? And we're going to make, for each one of these, we're going to make a new context. Context equals, this is a new one. We're going to make a new one. And it's going to be named. Oh, wait. Do we already predefine context? We did. It's already a pointer. Actually, we don't want a pointer. No, we want a map text context. Yep, we want it to be a hardy coded thingy mabob. We don't want to return. I think we should return a map no matter what, even if it's an empty map. So if they iterate through it, things don't break because it's not a nil pointer. I hate it when people return nil pointers instead of maps, even if the maps are empty, because then you can't iterate over it or whatever, right? So I'm changing what I'm doing and it's breaking things. So map string context. Yep, return context. Context. So actually we don't even need to do that. We don't, because it's already there. So we can say context name, assuming it has a name. We need to check to see if it has a name. If it doesn't have a name, we're just gonna be overwriting the empty name one. I'm gonna do a skip empties. All right, so name is I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna say C dot name context C dot name equals and then we need to make a new context equals, and we're going to make one on the fly. We're going to make one on the fly. We're going to say name colon C dot name. Yeah. And let's put this down here. And we have to make a direct correlation. So I have to pull them out, unfortunately. I don't like doing that, but namespace. Equals C dot namespace. God, I hate doing this. But we have to. Cluster namespace user. There. We're done. Assuming it's gonna work. Unexpected new line. Oh, derp. Oh wait. I don't think I need a new line there. I don't. Oh yes, I do. Yes. Definitely do. Yes. And define method user. Bullshit. Try there. Cluster user namespace. Oh, it doesn't have a name though. Wait, no, this is just a holder, so we don't need a name in there. Yeah. Yes, sir. So C.name. So actually what we want for here is we want context. Yes, unfortunately. Context.cluster. Context user. I mean, that's very, very, very normal. FMT is used, imported, but I use. Where's FMT? Mastering context type is not an expression. Oh, we have to make one. Cannot indirect context 46. 46. Oh. That was an easy one. User field user instruct literal of type context unknown field. Did I forget to add it? Maybe I spelled it wrong. I think I might have spelled it wrong. Oh, it looks like it didn't get populated. Did I spell it wrong? Let's use namespace. User, it's right there. Namespace user. Huh. Why work? Cluster is cluster. Namespace is namespace. User is user. Do I have one that doesn't have a user perchance? Perchance? I don't feel user instruct literal type context. Field user. Oh, I know. I know what it is. This base type doesn't have it. It's auth info. Yeah, that was it. Now it's done. Yay, it works. Yeah. Yep. This is so beautiful. I'm super happy. Skip empties. All right. So if c.name is not greater than 0, if length of c.name, if not length of c is greater than 0, or what? I mean, I assume it would be nil, right? Yeah. Or c.context equals nil, because it's a struct. So if it doesn't marshal anything into there, it'd be nil. Yep. Continue. All right, so skip empties. What are you talking about? Not defined. If length is not greater than 0, value type int. I know it's weird, but I like the way it reads better. C context equals nil. Mismatch struct type. Untype nil. I'm gonna have to do the type, yeah. I wonder if it instantiates one no matter what. It must. I think it must. I mean, I guess I can just check the name. I mean, this is supposed to be there. So, yeah. I hate that it wraps that. Okay, so context holder. Anyway, so that we get all our context there. Huzzah. And Yep. I'm not going to try to JSON that out because somebody's going to make the mistake of thinking they can dump that to a file, and that will not work. So I'm not going to try to implement FMT stringer because it will confuse people if they run into it. They'll think, oh, hey, I can just put this. No. Capitalized tags. Oh, I know all about the capitalized tags. I know it's annoying as hell. Yeah, it's big, and then there's libraries too that like some of them will do the capitalized and some of them don't. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I'm not marshaling it, so I don't care. Otherwise, I would definitely do that. But this is just so it grabs them from the right place. I'm actually super curious though if I don't have that. Well, that worked. I wasn't expecting that to work. What the hell? It's JSON foo. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I hate that. I hate that. You know, a lot of those will pick up the JSON tag automatically. You know that, right? What I want to know is this. I want to know if I can do this. And I don't think I can. Not even in this structure, yeah. It does not have cluster C. You can't do it. I was hoping that because it was a localized context, it would allow it, but I mean a localized, function scope, it would do it, but no. You cannot unmarshal anything that's not exported. Period. End of sentence. So, yes, it does not figure it out. Yeah, it's always good. So, for example, the YQ library, YQ3 v3 library, it will actually, there's one of them that will actually read the JSON tags into YAML. So, because JSON is valid YAML as well, it will unmarshal the YAML data that is tagged in structs with only the JSON data. And I think that the Postgres BSON stuff will see JSON as well now. You know what I'm talking about? So the BSON stuff, which is Postgres' like stupid ass version of JSON, that I think that stuff will also unmarshal with JSON straight up now. Thank God, because I don't want to have like XML, TOML, blah, 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 all that stuff. It's like a pain in the butt. But I don't know that. I have to go confirm that. I know that this is all I need for now. So we're done. We got a context here. Let's finish our test case. Yeah, context test. Kubeconfig. We got our prod example context. So, one thing that's cool about this is I could print. I mean, God, we could do. Let's do kubeconfig. Let's say context equals kubeconf context. fmt.println, and we could say context dot prod. That will print out the whole values. Prod dot name. Prod dot what is the other one? Prod dot user. Oh, cluster. Prod dot namespace. Boom, boom, boom. And so we could have name, cluster, user, namespace, or RVX There we go. We pass. Double slash is just a comment. No, they're definitely tags. Oh, they wouldn't be working. I don't know if I'm doing them right, but they're definitely tagged. These here. I just unloaded into them. Right? Unmarshal is figuring it out. Okay, is Unmarshal seeing a bit empty? I don't know about that. Because I just... That's super interesting. Wait a second. So that means unmarshal got smarter at 1.20 someplace along the line. What you're telling me is that someplace along the line, unmarshal got smarter about resolving case. And that my broken tags are not working because of that. Am I... That is a change from the expected behavior for Go. If that is true, that is definitely a change to the expected behavior. Yeah. You're right, though. You're right. I mixed up comments and tags. You're right. Absolutely right. So, wow. Look at that discovery. Look at that discovery. I mean, because usually that's what you have, right? That's why I got overzealous on this. Normally you have this, and then you have your comment right here, right? And so that's why I did it wrong, because I was so used to doing it that way. Yep. Wow, that's fascinating. That is super fascinating that it figured that out. It's like I almost don't need it. In fact, I don't need it. I don't need it. Fuck it. I don't need it. Someone's going to look at this code and go, what the hell? Anything I don't need, I'm not putting it in there. So there. I actually don't need it in 1.20. If you read only, well, that's what this is supposed to be. It's supposed to be a temporary. I mean, the fact that it's an inline struct with tags makes no sense unless you had to like map one thing to another thing. But since it did it already internally, I'm going to put a note here. Let's see. Oh my God, that's remarkable to me. You know what's really crazy? Watch this. Watch this. I have to do this. I have to do this. You know what I'm gonna do, right? Oh wait. No, because we can't. Then I don't have a reference to it. Never mind. I take it back. Yeah, I lost my reference to it because you have to pass in a reference. I wouldn't have a reference to it if I didn't do it that way. Okay, never mind. Take it back. I take it. For a second I thought I was going to be able to use the inline struct right here and then actually use it, but then you have to have the pointer to it. This just takes an in out. So yeah, that would have been cool. I thought for a second you could like redefine what you want to do right there in line, but no. So yeah, let's do this. We'll say, I mean, that's the real work right there. And that's going to get us our contexts. And then we're going to map them. God, it's so clean. I love it. Okay, it makes me happy. It's super clean. It's the way I expect it to be. All right, so now actually when I'm using it, it'll do what we think it's supposed to do. And again, the reason I'm not doing any reflection on that or tags on that is I don't want anybody to get the squampus weird idea that they could be able to unmarshal or to be able to marshal that holder out. If they do that, then they are... All right, now you know what I have to do now, right? You know what I have to test right now, right? Nope, can't get it. Damn. Damn, why not? That would have been even better. No, it's got to be external. It's got to be exported. What about this one? No, because that's a type and it doesn't know the type. Yeah. Oh. That's super amazing to me. I cannot believe that works, to tell you the truth. I can't believe that works. But it does. Yeah. Slice of named contexts. Structs. Then the tag definitions would be able to be like, yeah. I have to use name context because that's what people call it. All right, we're done. We're done. I'm just bike shedding now. This stuff is just all good. It's all good. It's nice and pretty. Our test case is passing. Time for me to save that. Get status. What do we have to add here? Oh. So, damn. Get add dot. Get status. Get commit. Dash m add. Oh wait. New feature. It's a feature. Add kubeconf. With context. I am so happy. Get status. I can do the rest of the code now. So, what was our first issue? We are supposed to be prompting for the user to apply the current context. Okay, so now we can do all the other stuff. So now we're back all the way at the top here. I can get rid of this because we're going to be building now. Yeah. And now we can do main.go. We can say, I'm going to get rid of that stuff later, but not right now. So now, honestly, we should just be able to load kubeconfig.context is just going to load the context only. I almost want to load the entire kubeconfig file into a thing, but then it's not going to marshal properly. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I could do that, but then we'd have to dig into it, you know? Then I'm just rewriting the kubeconfig parser. I don't want to do that. I need to know where the file is. So yeah. Most of this stuff needs to go into the kubeconfig library. It needs to go into kubeconfig. I'm just going to put it all here. Oh, damn it. Sue me. Somebody out there just complained about me making an init function. I don't care. kubeconfig home. Uh-huh. Yeah. Kubeconfig file. I don't need the home. Actually, the home character I do need. Kubeconfig.dir. To the I'm just gonna load these up front. I don't have to do it every time. Home cube dir equals file path join home cube. Cube file path file. And we don't really need current context. We need to pull that out every time because it might have changed actually. So home dir file path join kubeconfig.file.dir. Cube dir. Did I actually put that? Oh my god. All right. I need to do a chunk change. Main needs to be completely. Git add. Sure. No longer need this. Don't need this. Don't need this. Don't need this. Current context. We need that. That's another thing. I'm not going to auto load that. That's only it's an on-demand thing. But the home directory we can calculate. That's the wrong thing to do. Is what it is. The init is making me feel dirty. I'm going to get rid of it. I'm going to get rid of it. There's no need for init. Good afternoon. Func file. Join dir. Func dir. And then it's up to the caller to make sure, because it technically could change actually. It shouldn't during the runtime of a given executable, but strictly speaking, it could. Do 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 do. Bum bum ba da bum bum ba dum bum 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 bum. Boo do 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 do. Do 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 do. Cube OS. Okay, current context. Dir equals cube. Just do one call here. There. Now, assuming it can get everything else, which it cannot do. Cluster goes prod to default. Okay. Okie dokie. Oh, it's at args. If cluster equals args1, cluster equals current. Current context. That's the current context. No, that's wait. Current context just gets the name. It doesn't get. Oh, you know what? Current context to return an entire CTX. Yeah. Yeah, we need to return a context. Yep. Secure CTX. This is going to be totally broken. So, okay. Current context right now is just returning the name of the context, but I actually wanted to return more than that. So, here we go again. It's going to be so pretty though. So, there's a context, current context. So, I mean, if we wanted to, we could say this. We could say current context name. I mean, that doesn't even really need to be documented, to tell you the truth. Okay, so this is easy now. Context, her context returns a context. Damn. And context is going to be, actually it's going to be a context or a nil. Yep. do 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 do. Context. Name. I mean, that's always going to return a string no matter what. It'll be a blank. Yep. If has. Actually, we can just return CTX. We don't even have to do the rest. Nope. Because it'll be a nil pointer. I think I can just return this. Uh-huh. Oh no, because no, because it, okay, never mind. Because if it doesn't, I need to take a pointer to it. Yeah, I can't quite get away with that. Almost can. Almost can. Return nil. Return a pointer to CTX. Where is the problem? Oh. Yeah. That should work. Do. I want that in the documentation. Actually, I'm really glad that this stuff is going to be in our code base, because I hope that our developers see it, because I guarantee you some of them are dealing with kubeconfig files and they're doing it wrong. And this is the safe way to do it. So I hope that it spreads. I hope that people start to deal with kubeconfig only through the kubectl command, because any other directly messing with those files is the wrong way to do it. You will never cover everything because of the way kubectl config has been assigned and set up. You just will never get it right because of the way all the edge cases that are not covered. In some of those cases where calling out to an executable is the right thing to do. Okay, go status. No, wrong thing. God, I don't. What did I just do? Internal. I need to do a test here. Go test. Missing return. It's right. prod, and the prod. Context test is a little bit weird now. Print current context. Oh yeah, so here we go. Let me just do some of these. Current context name. That'll be prod. No, it's not worth it. Current context. Current context dot name. And that will be prod. All right, so shit. Where did the test effect stuff come from? All right. Breakout context. All right, I think we're finally ready to do the final pieces. I mean, we have everything now to really clean it up, and this is so much better. I'm so glad we went through this. What time is it? 5 o'clock. So I'm coming close to my end time. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna get this committed though, because I want this code to be up there. So kubeconfig context. Okay, we got that. Go doc. That's all covered. And I mean, I think it's time to start fixing the main program. We got that all reorganized. I know that sounds lame, but so the directory we're instantiated those is very okay. We're grabbing the current context, which is really all we need. Now it could be that current context is nil, and that would be interesting actually. In fact, for that, I'm going to use this binary as a test case for a bit. So I'm going to disable a bunch of the code in here and then kind of gradually add it back so we can compile it. So let's do this. Let's set up a going into any entr bash dash c clear go run main.go. If anything, well, we really don't care if the main.go file changes. That's really all we care about for right now. So that's going to give us our test. We have not got an import here, so we need to add those. You know what? We might. Why didn't it find it? I should have found it. Did I not label it properly? No, they're all there. Okay, so what's up? What's up with that? I probably have to explicitly import it for the first time. Yeah, I do. There we go. File declared or not used. That's what we want. Yep. All right. So let's actually make sure those all work. Undefined current context. Prod. Huzzah! Exactly what we wanted. Okay. We are good to go. So first things first. The default cluster is prod. Now, because of the current context, we already know that we can override it. Actually, what we need to do is we need to build the current context if there's nothing defined. So let me talk about that. What I mean, if I move, this is going to break. If I move that to temp, it'll break. So it's going to be nil. Yep. So that is a bug. That is a bug. As you can see. This is why I want to get all this stuff out of the way once and for all. So anytime I'm dealing with a kubeconfig file, I know I got reliable functions to call. So like these files will fail now because there's nothing there. See, these are all nil pointers. So we have some nil pointer checks to do, which I'm glad I caught. This is going to return empty sometimes, right? So we could actually simulate this by setting the kubeconfig environment variable to some random thing like dev null, and you know, and then it won't be able to open it, and it'll give a fail. We can actually make the test case for that. It's probably worth doing. Current context returns the context object. So the reason this is failing is because current context name is empty, which says has. If it doesn't have it, return nil. And we're not putting out a warning there. I don't know if I want to be that verbose about the warnings. That should be up to them. So, but when we do the current context, well, actually, for the current context, right? Why this? What the? What? Wait, what? That's a parsing error. That's like there's something wrong with the unmarshalling. Yeah, and that's dumping out much earlier. So I'm gonna go fix that. I'm gonna go find that unmarshal. There it is, unmarshal. So there's the error we're seeing right there. And frankly we should not be dumping. I'm glad I did because now I know what error that was. But yeah. You know what it was? This command is outputting a nil. It's actually outputting something. It's just not JSON. Wow. How broken is that? Oh my God. Oh my God. Do you guys see why that's totally stupid? I can get around it, but do you see why that's totally fucking stupid? It's supposed to be a JSON value. That's a fucking JSON value. They should have translated. That's a bug. It's a fucking bug in the kubectl program. It should be printing out null, N-U-L-L, which is a valid JSON value. Instead, it prints out the Golang nil, which is nothing. It's invalid JSON. Dude, I am so tired of dealing with Kubernetes shitcode that's in the main tools. I'm tired of it. I am just fucking tired of it. So now I have to write a hack inside of my code that parses what would otherwise be fine and say, oh, hey, you fucked up. Either that or I have to get a PR request into the kubectl program, and I don't want my name anywhere near the command client tools library, because that thing is the biggest piece of shit in all of the Kubernetes code base that I have ever seen. I don't want my name anywhere near that shit. So again, we're gonna have to get around shitty Kubernetes code. I fucking hate this. I fucking hate this. Okay, I gotta calm down now. It's probably time for me to just be done today. I would be done if I wasn't dealing for shitty Kubernetes code. Dude, the people who wrote Kubernetes, so many of the pieces, have no fucking idea how to write Go. At all. And that's coming from a novice. I mean, I've only been doing this since 2016, but my God. How many times do I have to complain about the Go programming in Kubernetes? It wouldn't be me. It wouldn't be a stream if I wasn't complaining about it, right? Well, now you know, but you just saw in all its pain and glory. All right, shut up. I'd be done by now if I'd already had it written. Okay, I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. Should I write a thing? Here, I'm going to make this thing. I'm going to make this thing. Make up for Kubernetes bug that returns nil instead of null. If God, I don't even know what to do here. I can't even fucking unmarshal it because there's the. Oh, wait. I got it. I got you. I got it right here. I got it. Do we want to log the error? Probably not. I'm not going to, because it's going to confuse the user. I'm not doing it. Uh-huh. best, best code line ever made. I'm gonna start making that a lot. I'm just gonna, rather than get mad, I'm just gonna like, people wonder why I'm making my own code for this shit instead of using the standard code, and that's why. The standard code is shit. It's absolute shit. You think that they would have made a kubeconfig client library that everybody could use really easily, and instead we get this shit. We get this shit. This is the proper way to parse a config file. Nobody wants to touch that with a 10-foot pole because it's the worst code in all of Kubernetes. And it's right at the port where everybody needs it. So okay. Look, it says that we're using a JSON path, and by definition, that means that you return JSON compatible code. That's the whole fucking point of JSON path or -o JSON. I'm not yelling at you. I'm yelling at the people who made this shit. When you define -o JSON, you expect JSON output, right? In fact, I would bet you money that it prints it null just with the JSON output too. Watch. Nope. Okay, that did the right thing. See that? That did the right thing, unless it actually added it. Please tell me it's not there. That did the right thing. But JSON path does the wrong thing. JSON path is supposed to give you JSON code that's been isolated to a specific thing, which means that if there isn't such a thing as .context, it should give you a null value, which is a valid JSON value. They should have returned null, but they don't. So they should see. Look, they did it here. They know that when there's no value in JSON, you should assign it null, but they don't do it if the root object is null itself. They return the Golang nil, and they forgot to escape that shit. And that's it. That's somebody just was, didn't paying attention. They just didn't. It's an edge case. They thought they're like, I don't need this shit. I can fix this. Right, this. Because guess what? This will actually unmarshal. Nil won't. That's why we were getting that error. The reason we were getting the error is because down here when it tries to do the JSON unmarshal, it's like, I don't know how to unmarshal a string that does not have quotes around it that has 2 angle brackets on it. But I definitely know how to unmarshal an NULL. I'll make it into a nil because that's what it does down here. It's so fucking brain dead. I am just, half my job is like making up for shitty things other people have done. Whatever. I'm unless that's the JSON path specification. If this is supposed to print a specifically go nil output, which I seriously doubt. I don't know. It could be possible that the JSON path specification says thou shalt have angle bracket nil angle bracket instead of a valid JSON null, which is NULL. So I doubt it though. I seriously doubt it. I don't know. I don't give a shit. I just want it to work. So I'm fixing it by having it be an actual JSON value as it promised but failed to deliver. So, I mean, I don't know. I have where can I drink yet? I either want to drink or do something else. Okay, I'm almost done here. We're very close. Very close. You didn't know that NULL was valid JSON? Neither did the developers of kubectl. Yeah. So now you know. Yes. Yeah, the people who wrote kubectl do not know what JSON is. That's not an exaggeration. This made it through peer review and got deployed and has been there for how many years? How many years has that code been there and it's been wrong the whole fucking time? Because nobody even bothered to check because it's an edge case. Whatever. I got to stop yelling because I'm going to hurt myself. I do. I literally hurt myself. And don't get mad, get busy fixing it, right? Well, that's what I'm doing. I'm fixing it. Thank God I found it. All right. So back to whatever I was doing before. I can't remember. So there. Watch how this works now. It's going to be kind of funny. Who cares about edge cases? Why am I always the one who discovers the edge cases? I feel like I'm cursed. It's like, I just want to parse the fucking kube config file, and sometimes there's no file there. Hey, there's an edge case. Sometimes people are going to call your code and there's not going to be a kube config file. That's your edge case. The edge case is what happens if there's no kube config file. That's such an edge case. It's so uncommon. Oh my God. Parsing is an edge case. This isn't parsing. I'm using the kubectl program like I should. I deliberately use the kubectl program to be a good citizen. I did. Maybe it's these. I don't know. No, they have to be there in shell. Yeah. I sound so angry all the time, and I am angry. Hey, look at that. It did the right thing. Okay, now why is that the correct thing? Because now I'm printing it as a Go value. That is nil, right? They teach a lot, to be honest, they do. Did you see this? This is doing exactly what it's supposed to do. Exactly. And if I wanted to, I could have gotten fancy, and I could have, and I chose not to do this. Who finds them? That just makes you the edgelord. Oh God. So this is actually supposed to print a nil. Why? Why is it supposed to print a nil? Because I loaded a current context and there isn't one, and I returned a nil. So that's the proper time to do that. By the way, if you want, I'm going to show you a trick. I'm going to show you a trick. I wasn't going to do this because as soon as I do it, somebody's going to see this library and they're going to think that they can dump this data out and put it at the end of the file and it's going to do the right thing. It's not. All right. But anytime that you're dealing with, let me first of all, let me show you what happens when there's actually a file. All right. So if I move temp config back to home.kube and I run that same test case again, you'll see it does the right thing. See that syntax? Not very friendly, right? That is Go's built-in syntax for representing a map. If you want to override that, so that anytime you print an instance of that structure, right? If you want to do that so that anytime you print it, it prints out a JSON value, you can do it by marshalling that value to JSON and then printing that inside of an implementation of the FMT stringer interface, which is built into every single struct. And if you implement that interface, anytime any print statement or any output statement comes to that struct, it will interpret it as the JSON marshaled output, and you'll get nice, pretty JSON. Now, I deliberately didn't do that because, as I said, I don't want people coming along into this thing and finding it's already an internal, so we're pretty safe. But if they came into this, they would be like, they would see this and they'd be like, oh, damn, we can marshal this thing as something else, right? And in fact, you know what? If we do... Well, let me show you. Let me actually do it. Oh, wait. We can't implement it here. Oh, no, we can. We can. For context, we can. Okay, so watch. I'm going to show you what I mean by this. Okay. Now, again, the reason I am not doing this is because I don't want people to think that this is the new thing to use instead of the standard, right? But here's how you implement stringer interface. So string implements the stringer interface as JSON. Okay, so this is a very common trick. People do this a lot. So to make a method on this, to implement the interface, we hang a receiver off of this. So we'll say C here, and then we're going to say context. All right, and then we're going to put call it a string. It has to be called. Oh wait, it can't have a pointer for some reason. I don't know why. That's part of the. I didn't define that. That's the way they've defined it. Defined it. So this is the function. And then we have to make it into a string. So, and this is where things get interesting, right? And by the way, what I'm about to do is going to show you what they forgot to do in the kubectl program, because they forgot to map nil as a valid JSON data, and they put nil instead with brackets around it. And I'm going to show you how to catch that. So what they did instead was, so we'll say like str, say something like that, right? So what we have to do is we have to say, first of all, we say bytes. Actually, no, let's print the bytes out. Let's print out a string of bytes. All right, so we're going to do the bytes and an error, and we're going to say c dot Marshall, and Marshall will return bytes. Is it? I think it's Marshall JSON. No, JSON.Marshall. Sorry. JSON.Marshall. I mean, I might have to pull it in. Yeah, there we go. Marshall invalid. See that? So there's a signature. And so we have to Marshall. Oh, wait. I have to take it backwards. Yeah, okay. So we have the type, and then it returns a byte and an error. Okay, so we need the type. So the type is itself. It's itself, the current C context, right? Now, the thing of it here is you need to check to see if you've got an error. If you had an error, that meant that the unmarshalling didn't work, in which case you should probably return a null byte. So you have to do this. People, if you don't do this, you're screwing up. Right? If no, you could. Some people might want to put an error and actually have it be a valid thing. Then it has a, but this is the right thing to do. If error does not equal nil, now you could log the error if you want. You could say log.println, and you could log the error, or you can make it fatal or something. Or, but really what you want to do is you want to say, no, I couldn't unmarshal the thing. I mean, I couldn't marshal it into a string. Sorry, there's nothing there. This internal error would be a really low level internal Go error if that actually happened. It'd be very odd. So we're going to return null, because if we had any problem converting this struct at any point into a string, which would be an internal error to the JSON.Marshall package, not something we have control over. We just want to return a null and say, no, we couldn't, we tried really hard, but we could not do it. It's just empty. Now that is a little bit of a lie though, because if there could be actual data there and it's just a conversion into a string that's giving you the problem. So you might want to log that as being an error. That is very, very rare, extremely rare that you would ever actually have an error to that, because it would have to be a problem with the Go reflection library or parsing library, marshalling library, JSON encoding itself, which I don't think we have. Otherwise, you can just convert that byte string into a string. So what do we get now? As soon as I save this, we can now actually go down here and rerun this, and we get JSON data. That's all we had to do. Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? So that took each, now in this particular case, it's an array of context. So if I were to try to push the entire array, it wouldn't be proper, right? Because it would be, each one would be on its own line, and I'd have to convert that entire thing if I were going to do it that way. So that's how you get JSON data. And that's a relatively simple thing to do. You like that one, huh? You hear the doggy in the background? So now we have JSON data that we're dealing with in our output, right? And that was the goal. Now the problem though, and as I said before, when I'm printing this out, so I'm returning an array of context. Now the array itself is not interpreted as JSON, and that's important. I want you to notice that. So the array itself, the holder would have to be, implemented as an array. So, but if you look at the test case, Um, you know, you don't actually we don't need it. Okay, yeah, we're good. Okay, we're good because that's right. I forgot that output's coming from main. So main here is printing the current context, which has now got actual values in it. And it, by the way, I have a library to do exactly the same thing with YAML data. So in which case you get YAML data by default for free. JSON is YAML data, but you get the point. So now here's the thing. If I move that config file, we want that to generate, we want it to be null, right? That's what it should be. So we want to move .cube config back to temp for a second, and then we're going to do it again. And we should get, now we get a nil. Why did we get a nil though? Right? This is super interesting because the reason we got a nil, and this, I imagine that this is exactly the problem in kubectl. I have a feeling this is exactly the problem in kubectl. Even though I marshaled the output of the current context when it's there to JSON, when there is no data there, it doesn't know how to marshal it. Right? So it doesn't, it's not calling stringer on the thing. Right? You know what? I think I just figured out how to fix that. And this might be the way to submit the fix to them too. I think I did. I think I just figured it out. Context go. I think it's if we did this instead. Where's the marshaller? Yeah, here we go. So what we need to do is this. We need to say if C equals nil. This is all they need to add. This is all they need to add. They're missing this line. They're missing this line right here. That's all they're missing. So you can have a receiver that does not have a pointer. I mean, that has a receiver that's nil. That's a valid value. So I have a feeling that will fix it. Invalid operations equals nil. Oh wait. Mismatch types context and untyped nil. Yeah, because it's an untyped nil. Oh god, that's a little bit harder. That's why they're not doing it. They just decided to say punt. You can't do the C value. How you doing? Yeah, we can't check nil because we don't know what C is. C is unset. Mismatch types, content, and expected type nil. Nil is actually typed based on this specific thing. We need to figure out a way to check for that. I remember doing this a long time ago. I'm trying to remember how we did this. Yeah, I think we just fixed the problem though for the JSON marshalling. You can check with context, blah, blah. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we have to do an evaluation of does it equal whatever, right? You want to check for empty context? Should we do that? No, it wouldn't be an empty context. No, you're right. If you make an empty context, that's a nil value, right? This is a problem. This problem happens all the time when we're starting to use reflection generics now. We get this problem with generics a lot. That is not a nil pointer though. That's a single context instance that doesn't have anything in it. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't think we can do an equality here. No, because that'll be a separate pointer. It won't ever match. No, we'd have to. Yeah. What we need to check for is a null receiver. Yeah, I remember looking this up once upon a time. Checking for a null receiver in Golang. Nil detection and go. See, this is the problem because nils have types. Yeah, that's not going to work. Yeah, there's a compiler. Yep. It shouldn't be go JSON API imports any number from JSON float. I have to convert it into float. No, we don't do that. Abstract instance nil. You're not the same type. Pointer to it but no. I don't think we can do new. The receiver is definitely nil in that case, though. That's what I'm trying to say, is it actually is a thing. It's a nil of type whatever. If config is like, so there we go. If config equals not nil. Or, yeah. Oh, that's it. This is it right here. This is what we need right here. And besides, it's not even a pointer to it. Because it's a stringer. So that's actually an instance of it. Yeah. Which is even harder because, yeah. I don't know, man. This is a tough one. So what do we do there? Do we say, I think we have to say if C equals, we have to equal nil for the right reasons. It would be, I don't know. I don't know. You know what? The stringer interface is kind of broken too because it should take a pointer and it doesn't. It doesn't because it predated it, and so it should take a pointer. That would have been perfect, but see, all of these things are based on pointer receivers, and we do not have a pointer receiver. Golang strict mode nil checks. Yeah. Nil is valid. Note that go nil receiver is a valid value. Yeah. See, this is a problem. You can write methods that handle nil receivers, so such a warning would be wrong in some cases. Yeah. So this is what threw everybody off. Because I don't know how to check for this. I mean, specifically in the stringer interface, the receiver can't be nil because it's not a pointer, right? So, but it is. That's the problem. It is nil. So, I think that, you know what I think is happening? I don't think we can actually fix this. If C is empty. How do you know if C is empty, though? You don't know that. Are you saying have it equate to an empty struct? Then we would have to do a deep comparison. And that's like really a big overhead, no? I mean, let's try it. I'll try it. If yeah. Yeah. I don't think that's gonna work because it's not. That's only. This just gives you a single instance of a pointer, and I mean a single instance of context, and we can't be sure that they're going to be the same. You'd have to compare all the values of the whole thing. Yeah, that's not the same thing. In fact, it's not even letting me do the comparison because it knows they're not the same thing. So I don't think we can trap it in the stringer. I really don't. I don't think we can trap it at all. And let me show you why. Because it's getting interpreted before it gets hand off to the stringer. Right? So when you do an FMT println on anything that implements fmt.stringer, sometime in the source code, and we need to go look at this, but someplace in that source code, it looks to see if it implements the stringer interface, right? But the problem is that there's nothing there to look to see if it implements the stringer interface. There's nothing to look up, right? So it doesn't even make it to the marshaller, and that's why it dumps out a nil value. I don't think, I'd have to go look in the FMT source code, but I have a feeling that it can't be interpreted. Where does it crash when it's nil? It doesn't crash. It just puts out the wrong data. Yeah. So you see this? Look. So it puts out, basically, we just uncovered the problem that kubectl is encountering that forced me to do the hack to replace this with the word null. Because I cannot, there's nothing for me to check in the marshaller to see if I tried to show you guys how to do marshalling like this, right? So when I have data there, it actually is JSON. But the problem with that is that when you build up this expectation that the marshaled output is going to be a string, if there's no data there and you try to print it, the FM there's it doesn't get to it. In fact, I mean, let's test it. Let's see if it even makes it here, shall we? Let's just log this. I don't think it does. I really don't. I don't think it does. I don't think it makes it. It doesn't, see? It doesn't even get a chance to marshal it. That is such a huge discovery for me. Because that is a huge fucking discovery. No, it can't. Look, it's not even running it, friends. It doesn't even get to this line. It doesn't even get there. It bails before it even gets there. Because it's a nil of no known type. You see what I'm saying? It's a nil of no established type. So it can't even look up the marshaller for that specific type because it doesn't know. So the best it can do is dump out a nil. This is a problem with the FMT package, not with anything else. And actually, I am super happy I just ran into this because this is an edge case that is very significant. People do stringer marshalling all the time to make these nice happy outputs. And what we have just discovered is that if that value is not known, you will be creating incompatibility. That is exactly the problem kubectl likely has done with its marshalling that just bit us in the ass and caused us to not do it. So the moral of the story is, don't marshal to JSON unless it's an explicit call. I will never again in my life, now that I know that, I will never ever use string marshalling for JSON representation in my life. I will never fucking do it. I will never do it because that case is going to pop up and bite somebody just like it bit us in the ass in kubectl. It is not the right way to do it. In fact, I have to really, this is a huge thing for me because I use this method to JSONify output from structs all the time. And as you can see, it's extremely flawed. It's extremely flawed because it never makes it there. It's all good. It's all well and good once if it actually knows what kind of thing it is. Here, let me move this thing back. It's all well and good when it's there. But if it's not there, then whatever on the other side of this string data that's expecting structured data is going to get bracketed null. And you know how I know? Because we just fucking ran into it. We ran into this exact problem in the kubectl in the library. We ran into this exact problem that the kubectl program is doing, which is marshalling it without thinking about what it's doing. Yeah. And that's what it's doing. So down here, when we marshal the context, we had to do this. We had to fix the null output. But the reason there's null output from this program, from the kubectl config JSON path, is likely because there's no value there, and it doesn't know to retrace that value before it hits the output. Now, to be fair, that JSON, they could have trapped that output before it hit the screen. I can't in the marshalling thing. Didn't give me JSON. Yeah, most of them don't give JSON, but they let's make an issue. I don't know, man. I'm definitely going to write about this one though. I will never, and this is a huge thing for me because I am very fond. I told you guys how to do it. I'm very fond of converting. I like being able to print structs and just know it's going to be JSON or YAML data, right? Now, to be fair, if I wanted to, I can fix this, right? I can still leave this here. I just don't like it. Because look, I can still make this work because I can actually check for the null value up front, right? So if I were going to properly do the FMT, this is what the kubectl client is not doing. To properly do this, I would say this: if your CTX equals nil, right? FMT println nil, right? Otherwise, do that. But if I have lulled myself into security by creating a marshaller that does JSON and I expect it to print out null without trapping for the nil before it even gets to the marshalling, I would be fucked, right? And so this is the fix. This code can exist. It can definitely exist. It's just you have to be very careful about how you do it, right? So this will totally work. Right, and if I move my thing out of the way, it'll still work. See, there's a null, right? So it definitely can work, but you would have to do that, and it would have to happen before the marshalling happened. That is a huge, huge realization. I need to make a Zettelkasten about that. Yeah. Anyway, I think I need to take a break. I'm going to stand up and walk away before I come back to this. Anyway, I have to stand up and walk away. I wasn't planning on finding all this. All right, biscuits and gravy, a great Chardonnay. I hope you're all, having a great time. My heart rate has gone down significantly since we last met. I know for you on YouTube it was a few seconds, but let's finish this program. We have all the pieces to finish this program rather easily now. It's just putting together all the parts, and let's go ahead and do that. So we've got our current, we got our context, and we went ahead and made it so that it would convert print null. Got around all of that. Your French and discover beautiful songs. Thank you. Ouais, j'aime bien la musique française. C'est un nom féminin, je pense. Je n'aurais pas. Having cheese pizza and a cold beer here. Yeah, it looks like we're all the way into that time. It is the top of the hour, by the way. 55 or so on my Pomo timer. Generally, I will take a break at the top. Not always, though. What do we have to fix here? So one of the things that right away we don't need to do anymore is we don't need to set the default cluster. We actually do need to construct a new context if we don't have any context whatsoever. We probably need to build one. So rather than doing this, let's go ahead and do that. So let's build a default context if we don't have one. So let's detect that. Say if curcon ctx equals nil, and this is actually a good time to check for nil. That means there's no current context, the file's not there or whatever. We can go ahead and make one. Current context has already been defined, so we can just go ahead and set it. So cur ctx equals, and current context does return a pointer, so we'll just do new. Oops. I mean, there's a couple of ways of doing this. I like this way because it's more explicit. I could say I want a new kubeconf.context, and then I do secure ctx dot name equals prod. I mean, we really don't need that, actually. You know what? Let's hold off. Let's hold off a bit. I don't know if we're actually going to need that yet. Let's see if we need it. So let's do this as if there is no context at all. So we can go ahead and make a directory even if it doesn't exist. We don't really need to do any detection because make directory is non-destructive, and it doesn't care if there's no directory. It will make it if it doesn't exist. And the kubeconfig directory is automatically returned whether or not it exists. In fact, we should update our documentation to say so. I know I seem like I'm doing a lot of unnecessary documentation, but believe me, you want it. Kubeconfig, here we go. It returns the full path kube directory even if it does not yet exist. Even if it does not yet exist. All right, so it's the path, the full expected path to the main. All right, so be it. Speaking of which, you know what? I could probably play Witcher today. You know what? I should play Witcher on the days off when I don't go biking. How about that? That's a good idea. And I can like take a break, you know, and I'm gonna go do that. So I'll play Witcher later tonight. Current CTX declared not used. Okay, back to that. So we need the file, and then we're checking the arguments. Now the reason for this is so that we could set the current context. So if they do k-login prod or k-login whatever, it will actually change to that context. So let's call it that. Let's say let's just write it out. If explicit x context passed by name as first argument, use that, or create if it does not yet exist. And that's a pretty long comment. I'd probably take it out later, but that's what we're doing here. So first of all, we need to check if we have an argument at all. So a coin to your Witcher. Cluster, current cluster. Okay, so if the length of the arch is greater than 0, so we have a couple. Let's go through the cases here. We have the case where we already have a context set, right? We have a current context, but it's not the one that has been passed. And I can see we're going to have another function here. We're going to have a set context. Yeah, because if there's an argument, we need to set that context if that context exists. If the context does not exist, then, you know, I'm trying to decide if we should load up all the context up front. I think we probably should. Yeah. I think we probably should preload all the context. But I don't really want to do that. I'm kind of pre-optimizing before I'm supposed to. So if they give us an argument, okay, so if they don't give us an argument, we have to just use the current context, right? I think we have some logic that we have to do up front up here. I think that we probably have to do this, which we already have. So that's going to tell us what we already have. And we need to change, yeah, I may have prematurely had some of that other stuff already. Current equals kubectl-config dot, okay, so, yeah, because the reason for that is because if they provide an argument, we need to check if that's a valid context or not. And it has to be either one of the contexts we're going to add. Yeah. I think we probably have to add all the context up front, to tell you the truth. What I'm trying to decide is if we should only log them into the context for which we have information or not. That's what I'm trying to get to. So let me break down the logic here. So I can almost put that on the same line. We don't actually need to use the kubeconfig file anymore. We don't need that. We don't need the kubeconfig file anymore. I'm going to knock out both of those things at the same time. I'm done. In fact, we don't need that at all. Nope, we don't need it. All right, so context declared not used. And the current context. Okay. So if we have a context, if we have a value, then the current, we're going to override current with that. Actually, current context name, right? So either we're using the default context name or we're overriding it with what was sent. Okay, so I got it. So current, right? So the current equals os.args if we have one. Otherwise, we're good. Right? So there's either a current context. Current context will be blank if there was not a current context set and there was no file. The length arguments is greater than 1, and go ahead and set that to the context, and then we'll check later to see if we've actually got a context creator for that one, but we don't really need it. But what we really do need to check is if we still don't have a current. So let's say current is empty and the length of arguments is not greater than 1. Now we still have a blank current. So then we need to set current to whatever the default is. Right? So if current is still blank, then we're going to set current to prod. And that's something we already had before. So that's a little bit safer. Toss a prime to your Twitcher. So if current equals blah, current equals prod. So if we're still blank, then go ahead and set it to be prod. Now, you could have done this a different way. Before I had current set by default to prod, and I only overrode it if the current context name returns something besides null, but this is the same way. It's like if we get this far and we still don't have something, let's just use prod. Because we know we have a prod. Okay. And internal clusters equals cluster. So the rest of this code we can actually do. So we can say CI, this code is almost exactly the same. So cluster, so yeah, let's say if we have a cluster has internal clusters. Actually, no, this is now cube. Actually, this is contexts. And the contexts They're contexts. They're not clusters, actually. Right? Yeah, they're contexts. Yeah, I got that wrong. Context name, cluster namespace. Okay. So clusters. So this actually is not cluster. This is context. Context. And context is reserved for most. If we have a cube config, actually no context for the current. So this is checking to see if we have a full context for that. If we don't, then if it not has like unable to locate info for the cluster, that's good. All right, so this is all fixed. That will work. And then here comes the fun prompt information, right? Please select login information for context. So, and we're going to put current. Okay, so this is the real reason we did this. So we need to check. We should say if what is it? Is it os.user? You know, you'd think that this would be a standard thing. It's actually not. There's like multiple ways of doing this. And the real question is whether we're going to look up like $user or we're going to look up the current effective user, and they are different, right? So user.current. Yeah. Because if somebody is not doing it, yeah. This is a horrible answer. Oh my God, that's so bad. User.current is typically what people use. Returns the current user first call with cache current user information. So who calls with blah, blah, blah. But that, strictly speaking, is not the user variable. It's not the $user variable. So, if they have changed their $user variable and they want to operate as that user from the shell, it's not going to get it. So, yeah. Another possibility is to just use the user from the context, because that might actually be the better thing to do. No, that is the right thing to do. Oh my God, we've been doing it wrong this whole time. We've been doing it wrong the whole time. If they have a current context, it's use the user value. That's even more accurate because they may have a user that disagrees with their user on the system. Oh my God, I'm so glad we went through this. Effective user and other user. Oh, that's a tough one to talk about right now. It's very different, believe me. But we don't need to look at that now. I'm sorry, I'm like looking straight at you because you're like right behind the camera. So please enter the login information for the current context. Actually, what we can do here, because actually, if we can't find, so that's a fatal flaw for login. All right, if we get down to here, then the context actually has a user in it. You know what I could do? I could do this. I could make my own thing. I could say context dot user context dot name. We could have this be the cluster. Yeah. Unable to look at info for context dot for context prod. That's because there's no data in our thing. All right, so if it doesn't, and we need to actually make it in that case, we're going to need to make the new config file. The problem with this is that it's not going to have populated the context. If it does not have a context, and it's not one of the set contexts, what's in the context? We might have to pull down all the context. Yeah, it's an empty map. No wonder. Oh, wait. Context is failing us for some reason. Oh, wait. We don't have any context because... Oh, shit. All right, so if current is still blank, then do this. Context is current. If we still don't have a context, then make one. I'm trying to get the order here. We need to actually make the first context. If you have an entirely empty file, you know. I actually don't think. If it doesn't have a context and it's prod, then we should make one, right? Please don't log information. The other thing too is we're going to have to infer. Actually, no, we need to prompt for the username if it's the first time and there's no information. If there's no context, okay, so in fact, the only time we should ever have to prompt for the user information is if there's not a context. Okay, that makes sense. So if it doesn't have a context, then we have to make one. Yep, we're going to make a new context for the given information. This is kind of, I didn't even realize it, but we're going to actually allow it for them to add new context just by using this. Yeah, I didn't realize that, but we are. So there, yeah. Let's see, if the current equals blank, I'm trying to decide whether we should build the context right here for prod. If we have the context, then we need to make it. Yeah. Yeah, I think we should just go for it and just make it right off the bat. Yeah. If we don't have a context and we don't have a we don't have a a cluster. I mean, the problem with this is we are assuming that the name of the context and the cluster is the same, and that's a stretch. Context has if it does not have a context and it does not has a cluster, then we can't help them out. We have to put clusters here. Internal clusters. Clusters.go. Clusters.clusters. Clusters.map. Clusters.map. All right, so clusters.map. So we could say we get the clusters map. Actually, clusters map is a static. You know, I could make it dynamic so people could execute that if they wanted to pull it from a file. Oh my God. That is a great idea, Rob. I can make all of these into functions actually so that they can be dynamically fetched off the net and have it be an interface. I can make it into an interface, and as long as the implementers have the interface, it doesn't. Oh my God. Oh my God, that's so much better. That is so much better. I'm still going to embed these though. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that because I don't want people fetching cluster client data over the net, because I could do that, but I mean, God, if we fetch that data off the net, no, that website would get hit like crazy. I'm not doing that. No, that's stupid. I'm not doing that. I don't know why I thought about that for a second. It's premature abstraction. So clusters map. Actually, we can just do clusters map like this and hard code it. Clusters dot map current cluster declared not used. Okay, so if we don't have a context and we don't have the cluster, go ahead and we're bail. We can't do anything with it. But if it has a cluster, If it does not have a context, but it does have a cluster, if not has context and has cluster, go ahead and add it, right? So in that case, we're going to make a context for that. And yeah, I think that's actually one of the things that we can actually do. So that then we could actually set context. We'd say context equals kubectl-login.context, and then we have to make a new one. So, and I don't think it's a pointer. Context, I don't think context is a pointer. Yeah, it's an actual map. So, oh wait, we actually can. Yeah, we probably need to add one too, though. All right, so we might have to do more than this. So, kubeconfig context name cluster user namespace. Okay, so name would be current cluster user namespace. I hate that these are the same, but whatever. We could prompt for them if we wanted to. Namespace. Now, this is the hard part because the namespace is going to have to be from the user, which we haven't prompted for yet. So, user. And then the user is auth info stuff. So again, all the same thing. I hate that it's the same, but it is. Namespace is user. There is no user. What am I missing? All right, so we actually have to prompt for the user. Yeah, let's do user equals prompt. We're gonna prompt for the username because we don't know. I mean, we could assume that we're gonna use the existing user, but we don't know that. So we have to go get it. Now we're gonna need the user for other things. So yeah. Actually, damn. I could just keep track of it using the namespace here. Yeah. So prompt, wait, run prompt username. It's kind of weird, but it'll work. Because in our case, you're going to cluster have certificate transparency like this. Ubuntu Fedora, depends on what you're doing. So we don't need this here at all. Nope. So context declarator not used. Context. Username. All right. So, all right. Go run main.go. Oh, damn. Okay. So that printed out like the binary and everything. So the cert. So prod RWX Rob is the name of the context. And then it pulled in the cluster info for that. So we can do our authentication. That's all good. All right, everything's doing what it's supposed to. So yeah, we're doing good. All right. So if we don't have a cluster and we don't have a context, we're done. You can't do anything. If we have a cluster but no context, go ahead and make up a context for it, because we're going to make it. And only that, right? If we don't have a cluster but we have a context, that would be weird because we don't have an OIDC provider for that. All right, so I need to capture for that case, though. I'm super glad we did this, because that is a case that's very realistic. It's possible that they're using multiple clusters. They're having their kubeconfig has got like GCP and stuff like that. And for some reason, they think KLogin is going to log them into GCP or something, which wouldn't, right? It's got its own login for that. And that would fail but we need to tell them why it's failing. It's like, you're using the wrong plugin. And up until just now, I didn't even realize that that was a case that we could catch and tell the user. So if we has context and not has cluster, that means I have no way of logging you into that system. I don't know about your authentication provider. I mean, I don't know anything about you, right? And there's nothing. I mean, I'm kind of thinking ahead here, because I could actually inspect the context and look up the auth provider for the name in the context, and I could infer how to authenticate based on the type of the auth provider. There could be any number of like 5 to 8 different auth providers. And if I detect the type to be a particular thing and I had the information to access it using that method, I had all the data there, then I could actually log somebody into anything based on that. But that's like a next iteration kind of thing. But that's actually kind of cool, because I could override this by saying, hey, I don't know how to log you into that. I could say, well, let me go see what kind of thing it is that I need to log into, and I could actually log into anything. And then we would have a single plugin to log into anything that's listed in kubeconfig, period. And that's a pretty big. No, that's not possible. You know why? Because we can't save client key information. No, I don't think. I'm just thinking ahead. But the auth providers, I don't think the other auth providers have client key information stored in the kubeconfig file. So I couldn't do it. I'd have to know what their client keys were. I'd have to prompt them for the client keys. It was like, give me your client key, give me where you're going and stuff, which I could do, but that data is not stored in the kubeconfig file. All right, so enough of that. It's not even in the requirements right now, but I wanted to think about how that would look. If has context and not has cluster, then say we could log fatal. Let's see. We could say context context whatever unsupported by this plugin. Yep. I'm actually going to make a test case for that really quick. Damn. All right, so I'm going to make a case for this. So I'm going to say config get context kconfig set context blah namespace RWX Rob. So if I did this, if I do actually I have to go install it to get it to work. But if I do k-login, blah, did you specify the right host report? Oh, what k-login context blah unsupported by this login plugin. Yay! If I do prod, if I do nothing, it'll work, right? Yep. And if I do prod, it'll work. And if I do inf, it'll work. And if I do dev, it'll work. All right. So it's only when we have a context that's unsupported by the login plugin. That is super cool. All right. So I fixed bugs that I didn't know I had by going through it again. I'm really glad. I mean, it was a very edgy bug, but still. Okay. I mean, the logic here is really, really clear, though, so people won't have problems understanding. So yeah. Okay. So we only need to prompt for the username if we don't have a context, because context automatically has a user, period. And it's up to them to fix the user in their existing context if they don't like what they got. So, and that is, that's something that they know how to do with kubectl commands. So I actually don't, I always have to prompt for the password. That's like a must do every time. So we always have to do that because we're getting a new token no matter what, because we're not checking refresh or anything in this particular app. The refresh token, right? This is just using a straight up token, which expects it to have whatever refresh period, our case is 24-hour period for the access token, which turns out to be access and the ID token in this case, the JWT bearer token specifically. So let's try that. That will prompt us for the password. I really don't need to print that. Oh no, that was just a nice line return there. And then what? And then we can go get our OIDC. I think the rest is done. So we're going to go ahead and do auth request OIDC pass using the grant, and we're going to use, we're going to use, what is it? Context.user. Actually, we want context.namespace. I know it's weird because it would be I mean, the thing that I hate about this is that the username is not an actual user. It's because it's actually auth info. It's so stupid. Anyway, so that's actually the namespace, and then context dot. Actually, no, this is just pass. We're not going to save the password. OIDC issuer URL client ID. Actually, this is context stuff. So this is cluster stuff. Cluster.OIDC URL. Cluster.client ID. Cluster.secret. Client secret. If that error as we fail. Right now we're going to write the CA files and stuff. And we're only writing the CA files for the stuff that they want. So we're not going to overburden them with stuff that we have information for unless they want it. So password. This is the OIDC grant. That's where all the magic happens to hands off the JWT bearer token. And if we have an error, that's fatal for sure because we don't authenticate. The CA file is where we actually look it up, like to sneak info into the JWT. The Golang context and anti-patterns. Oh, I know. God, we have been fighting that. We've been fighting all kinds of stuff. The OAuth 2 library, Tanifa. If you get a chance to look at the OAuth 2 library, it's been totally fucked up by passing data through the context, through the Golang context. You can't use it for anything else because it's been so. They used it because they wanted to pass refreshed information and just take over the HTTP client and have it auto detect when it needed a new token. So they decided to send that data with every single request, and they put it all inside of the context data, and it is completely rendered the HTTP client using OAuth 2 unusable for anything else. It's really horrible. And I look, I've always hated Golang contexts. I always have. And I know why they exist, and I don't necessarily hate the pattern, but the way they are used and abused and the way they were named and everything, it's one of the worst parts about Go, in my opinion. I know why they exist, and I know that they have to exist, but I still hate them. Explicitly, though, an object passed through the method. I totally agree, Tony. I totally agree, but that is not how they're using them. And if you want a good example of that in production in a major library, go look at the OAuth 2 library. It completely abuses the use of context to pass data. And for that reason, I couldn't use it. I wanted to reuse it. I didn't want to write my own HTTP request. But since I'm using, resource owner flow, I can totally get away with it. But dude, that was very upsetting when I found that out. Anyway, grant error auth request OIDC pass. That's using pass for grant flow. Most of you won't use that, but I'm using it. So there. Error equals nil CA file. Kubedir actually is just dir now. Cluster.crt. I don't remember if that's it. So, no. Yeah, we're writing it there. Yeah, it's cluster.crt. Yeah. If error, I should probably put the context and then the cluster name. Yeah. I probably should do that. I should probably do context.name, but it would just be prod. This is eventually going to get in trouble. So CA file, because somebody's going to make a cluster that's got the same name as another cluster, even though it's a different context. But if it's the same cluster, it will always have the same CRT. So that's good. Okay, that's good. Root CA. Okay, so cluster is good. Write that file out and set it to 0600. Failed attempt to write server. You cannot pass client credential data unless you pass -- whatever and point it to a file, and then it loads up the file. So you have to create a file first. That's why we're doing this. Failed at attempting write cert to blah blah blah. External. Let's see. This is now run.exec kubectl config set cluster context.name cluster.api server CA file, and make sure you get the right API server domain. By the way, I burned like an entire day with the wrong name because it was already in the secondary, this SAN. By the way, make sure that you actually build using the kubeadm flow so that your kubeadm config maps in your core cluster actually represent how your cluster was built. They created the certs outside of the chain, outside of the flow of using kubeadm, and even though they documented in bash scripts how to make those certs, they're not contained in that data. And I noticed that because the SAN field in the kubeadm config data was not present. I was like, where the hell is this? We don't have how our certs were created. And that's because our certs weren't created using the kubeadm properties, and so that stuff was never captured with the state of the creation of our cluster, which means if you don't have that extra weird ass bash script, you don't know how to make our cluster. It's super huge best practice that I ran into the hard way, and I am so glad I learned about it. So let's see, kubectl config set cluster context name cluster API server URL CA file. embed the certs. And embed the certs tells it to do certificate authority dash data. So even though you have the CA file, you also have the data there in two places. The reason I decided to keep the cert around is so that people want to actually inspect the cert without going through the hassle of converting the encoded data in the file. If somebody wants to move the kube config file around, it will still work. And because it's got the cert data in it. But if they also want to go look at the CA and inspect it to see what its realms and scopes and expirations and all that stuff are doing, they can do that, right? Because it's a separate file as a PEM file. And it stores as a PEM file in a place under the cube directory, .cube directory. So people can go inspect the CA if they want to and make sure it's the right thing. Navigating the differences between the data that gets written to the embedded data in the kube config file and the PEM file that from which it came is a pain in the ass. So I'm choosing to make both available to my end user because they can go do OpenSSL x509-in and go look at the thing and inspect the hell out of the PEM file all they want, which anybody could do. And then they don't have to cut and paste out of the kube config file, blah, 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 blah. All right. So, and then we have an internal, we're going to run another run executable. We're going to run kubectl config set context. This is where we actually are calling, the name. We could just use current here actually. This doesn't even have to be context.name. It could be just current. Set cluster config cluster. Wait. Set cluster. Actually, let's do cluster name. I mean, they're all the same, but this is the appropriate thing to put here. So we have the cluster.name CA file. So that's going to add that. And here we're going to have set the context. So the context is a current cluster, and it's cluster.name. The user is the context .user. And here we can say context.name. It's just same. So we'll go ahead and use that. Context. Oh, yeah. This is interesting. So we're going to do actually context.name.user. Context.cluster.name. Context.user. Context.name and context.namespace. I should probably try this with other things, so the namespace is not like hard coded to that, but that's the way ours is. Until the kube config gets sorted, get out of sync from each other. I was afraid of that. Yeah. I know the kube config and the cert might eventually get out of sync with each other, but they don't, as long as it'll overwrite it with the new one if it's still pointing to the same place, right? So yeah. I mean, but to be fair, they could actually inspect the cert in the file. I mean, I thought seriously about just deleting the file and saying, no, you're screwed, or saying you have to use it pointing to the file. If I do that, I don't have to do embed certs here, and I could change it to be certificate authority to the CA file, and I could leave it that way forever and say, look, if you want to go look at the thing, you have to go do it. The only problem with that is that kubectl file is now not transportable. I wonder what's the source of truth. Yeah. Well, if they do wonder what the source of truth is, it's the CA file, right? I mean, I am a mixed feeling. There's pluses and minuses both ways, right? If I force them to go open that file, if I leave this here so that it uses the file, right, and the file is the source of truth, if they move that kube config file around, it won't work anymore. It'll break, right? So the way I have it now, if they copy that kube config file to another system completely, it'll still work because it's got all the stuff in it. So I'm super conflicted on this point. Actually, I ran into this with Minikube because once you move to the file format, then you have to, every time you copy kubeconfig around, you got to copy the CA files too with it, right? And in this case, you might have 3 or 4 of those. So, I could very easily just delete the cert completely and then say, I'm sorry, you're going to have to go convert it and get the cert. The inclusion of that cert at that location is only a convenience. And that would be immediately apparent to anybody who looks inside of the file. But then when somebody opens up .cube, they're going to be like, what the hell are all these certs in here? Right? So I can see the point of that. You know? Is there a way to just get the cert? I think there is, and if there is, then that will take care of the problem. I just delete the cert. I think I'm glad you brought that up, because I'm pretty sure that would be the proper way to get the cert, right? Run kubectl with an anonymous pipe for set in. Yeah, I thought about that too, but yeah, I don't know about that. I think the answer is to delete the file and to write it to a temporary file. I think that's the answer. I'm glad you mentioned that. Yeah, and then we could just make a temp file and just delete it. We have to create a file though, because there is no way to pass that data into kubeconfig, kubectl via the interface without it. You have to indicate a file. So I'm going to change this to a temp file actually. I'm going to change this. I'm going to do, because then who gives a shit, right? Let's do that instead. So let's say path, what is it? os.temp file, I think it is. Is it IO or OS? Anonymous pipes are not any kind of file I want to use. Strictly speaking, they're not files. They're IO inodes. When in doubt, don't be clever, said the creator of Node.js, Ryan Dahl. All those clever things, don't do those things. This is exact quote from 10 Things I Hate About Node in a conference he gave at a Node convention. Using an anonymous standard pipe as input to kubectl is definitely clever or cute. It's super cool, but no way I would ever do it. You're talking about making things intuitive for the admins trying to debug it. Oh, let's throw a pipe in there for them to figure out. Not die, no die. Well, he was shilling for Dino for sure. He threw Isaac Schuler totally under the bus. That was hilarious, because I really don't like that dude. Anyway, a lead pipe. Unix was built on anonymous pipes. God damn it. You're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong. Okay, cat CA5. I'm kind of stuck on that though. That was funny. Yeah, but tell that to the average common person out there who barely knows, how to use a Unix filter. Yeah, no. Not to hit them with it, just to shave off little pieces, to stir in all their food beverages with a lead pipe. Colonel Mustard with a lead pipe. I just need an anonymous file, right? And I forgot how to do it in Go. So it's actually, I'm pretty sure it's os.temp file. Is it io.temp file? Oh, God, I can't believe I have to look this up. I'm so embarrassed. There's a standard library for this. It'll knock you out a temp file on every system, no matter what. os.tempter. There it is. IOUtil. No, IOUtil is deprecated. Thank you very much. I don't know where it got moved. Oh, it's a make temp file. It's mk tempter. Yeah, os dot create temp. Go mp17. Yes. OS create temp. I think it is. Yes. Go doc os dot create temp. Create temp dir pattern file. Create temp creates a new temporary file directory in the directory dir. If you leave dir empty, it'll do it in the temp file in the temp dir. Yes. Everybody's last. Okay. Create dir it is. CA file equals temp os dot create temp empty, and then we want to give it a suffix or something. It's a new pattern directory in the file. Includes a blah. If there is an empty string, create a default directory, temporary blah. We'll not choose the same file. Let's call it cube. It's just an identifier, so if it absolutely gets screwed up, defer. Is it remove or delete? Remove. Yep. This returns a file, right? What's that file? Does remove take a file handle? Nope, just a name. Requires the named file or input directory. I think this returns a file which I think has a name. I think it's file info name, I think is what it is. Invalid type. Shit. What do you mean it's an invalid type? Oh, it returns a file and an error. Whoops. Now it's an os.file. file. And it has like, I think it has a dot name. Oh, it's not dangerous. I don't think it's dangerous. Not for this. It's yeah. Returns the name of the file as presented to open. I think it's the full path actually. There's no such thing as path. Name string. If error equals in the opening of the thing. Oh, it's that right file. Actually, this is yeah, I think this doesn't take a, yeah, it takes a name. I think we have to do a write instead of a write file. I could be wrong. There's something else there. Write stated to the named file, creating if necessary. We already have a file handle, so, and it's already open, so I think we just have to do write. I think we just have to do save file.write. And I don't remember. I don't do it all the time, so I should probably know this. Write, we're going to write the bytes. It's going to tell us how, oh, we went write all. It's write all or write full or something. What is it? Anybody remember? Defer's a fancy go-to. Write something from bytes. Write something bytes. We want something else there. I don't know what it is. I think it's right. It's not right all. I thought it was right all. I don't know what to do here. I wish I did this more. I don't. It's just basic file IO, but I don't remember how to do them. Go doc. File. OS file. Write string. Oh, read all is what I've been used to doing. Truncate write. I think you can pass a file to something in the OS library. There's a convenience thing over there. I can't remember though. I want to say that there's an IO util thing. It used to be IO util write all or something. Write to writer. We want to write it all. Write string, read full. Read full is what I was thinking of. There's not a write full. I guess. I thought there was. Yeah. Write string, int error. Go. Let's see. Go doc. God, I should know how to do this. This is embarrassing. File dot write. Is it OS? How is it? Write a file, writes to be, writes to be the file, it returns the number of bytes written and an error, if any. Write returns a non-nil error when nil does not equal the length. I mean, there's no syncs or anything. I have code that does the safe writers, but we decided not to use it because it depends on third party, which is a copy of the internal Go library for writing files safely to all OSs, which never got voted in. I covered that the other day. So writing files always makes me uncomfortable because it's never correct, actually. So we're going to write that. This returns two things, though. So this returns like the N and the error. We don't need that. So yeah, that should cover it. Actually, that should definitely cover it. And then we can just remove the CA file name later. Then we run config set the clusters. This is the CA. Oh wait, this is now. Wait, we don't need this. Wait, yes we do. We need the CA file name. Yep, and that should embed the cert, which will then get removed later. Dot name. What the hell? Cert equals CA file dot name. I don't have to get it once. Cert. Yep. Okay. Then we get the set context. That's all good. Use context. I think we're done. Use context. Current. Yep. Actually, yes, we are changing the context automatically. That's true. So run exec kubectl, grant the ID token string, set the credentials for this context name. So that would be this user, right? So that would be context dot user, strictly speaking. Just so people don't get confused. Use context. Context dot name. Current is actually, we only really need it for right here, but that's fine. Yeah, but then I need it in 2 places. That's why I didn't do it. Say file.name/search. Yet. Oh, right. You're talking about changing them all? Yeah, for sure it would work. Yep. Yeah, I just wanted to see them all specifically. We don't have that many. We only have 2. If I had a bunch, I would do that for sure. All right. So I think we're ready to build this. Here's the leftovers from when I moved stuff. Run. First one is down. What's the next one? We have a CI in here somewhere. Yep. CA file write. The CA. Oh. Cluster.ca. Yeah. The fur reminds me a little of RAII. It does kind of. Login. Oh, damn. That looks beautiful. That looks beautiful. Let's see what it actually did. Oh, okay. Looky here. Where's my wrap? I need to turn wrap off for a bit. All right, there we go. So there's sort authority. A data, it loaded it up. It put the right server in. And that's ready to go. Now, I can't talk to that server because I'm on a different internet subnet right now. It populated the token that it generated from my OIDC. And it set my current context to prod. Added a context for prod, and it didn't mess with my existing context, which is really cool. All right, that every other version of this that I've made has fucked around with that. So that is super cool. So when in doubt, use kubectl config for stuff, even if it's a little bit here. Now, we should not have anything in temp that says anything about kubectl, right? Let's actually remove the defer so you can see what would happen if I didn't get rid of the defer. So let's do that. Go install kubectl-login. Oh, wow. It saw my username and it used it by default like it's supposed to do. And it surprised me. Whoa. Oh my God. Now there should be a leftover kubectl-login in here. See that? So that is the CA that I wrote to a file temporarily just so I could pass it off later. Dog. There's my CA. So everything's working so far. Let's keep testing. Very happy to hear that. And I need to get this up so I can tell people to go download it and start using it. And I'm so glad I went through this a second time because it's so much cleaner now. Yeah, and then kubectl-login. It's going to assume prod, which it already has a thing for. So now watch this. If I do login for dev, it'll be like, we need a username for that. I'm like, okay. Log in. That authenticated. Now, what I was going to check was this, though. What am I building? I'm building a kubectl-login plugin that's customized for my clusters and my and you can use, it's a template, so you can copy their repo and make your own. So that's what I'm making. If we do this, what I wanted to show you is, so if I do kubectl-config, so there's a certificate of authority data, which is now that this rectifies the problem that somebody was reporting earlier about how many sources of truth for the cert authority data. We only have one now, and that is the kubectl file. Now, this is a pain in the ass to those people who want to get to that PEM file because it's been, encoded into this, but it does make this file transportable. So I can copy and paste this file willy-nilly all over to laptops, to my desktop, to my jump host, and they will all work because they're all using the same data. And that makes it very nice because I can manage a single, and by the way, if I am managing other clusters in my kubeconfig data, which a lot of people are, who are in a multi-cluster environment, that means it's just one file to rule them all, to pass around to whatever system you want to be able to log in. And kind of like if you were passing around your SSH keys to different systems to have them enabled, or you were passing a bash RC file between a jump host and your home system, and you wanted them both to work. So .cube/config is one of those files. And now there's nothing else to burden you. There's nothing else for you to take with you. And there's probably leftovers in here from before. Yeah, there's my other CRT files in there, but those are not necessary. Those would have had to travel with you in the previous iteration of this. So in fact, let me try that. Let me test a totally clean environment where no cube exists at all, and it should actually make it all. So if I do k-login, it'll be like, what do you want to log into? And I'm like, oh no, I'm a brand noob. I don't know what I'm doing. What's my password? Okay, and it goes and it gets the authentication, and then it sets all of the stuff, and I go get config get context, and we see them all there, and it set it all up for me. Now, what I wanted to do was get credentials. Actually, no, I wanted to get something specific from the context, which I'm not sure you can. Actually, you can. You could do config view, and that, oh look, data omitted. Check it. It omitted the certificate of authority data. Damn. I was thinking that was going to be a really great way to get to your cert authority data, but no. That is not going to work. So I mean, it feels cleaner. If somebody actually wants to CA, they can know how to get it. Most users won't give a shit. They just want that line to be proper for that cluster and call it a day. And frankly, they can cut and paste that line out of somebody else's file if they wanted to. It's just a CA. Most people would not know how to add it, though. That's the really important part of this. Yeah, and that added a context for prod. This does not impact other things that I might want to add. And it's good. It's good. So this is done. This is ready for committing. Another thing too, I want to try this again. K-login. If I do it, it only asks me for my password. It knows the user because it's already in a context that has a user for it. So that would be, the same whatever password there, and then that would all that's going to do is update my token. My token would be updated in that case. Kubectl-config, and there we go. There's the token. It's just, of course, normally this would be very confidential. You would never show that token to anybody. That token would give, in this case, 24-hour access to my Kubernetes cluster for free using my permissions. It would be as dangerous as giving up a root password, which is actually one of the reasons I'm starting to do it on. I'm starting to do a lot of, I'm going to leave wrap off when I stream, because if I were to actually dump a token like that, it wouldn't do you any good because most of the token is off the screen. And you'd have to have the whole token and screen scrape it for it to do anything at all. CA is fine. Everybody can have the CA. That's not a problem at all. Totally public data. So that's a thing. Again, normally there's no OAuth IDC provider stuff here. It's just the user token, which is just so beautiful. It's just so minimal. I love it. I just love it. Okay, time for me to stop working now. I gotta commit this, pull it down, distribute the binaries, and have those out, and then I can let this go. So we're good to go. And I don't know if I need to bother anybody here with that, unless you guys wanted to see a copy. Let me go ahead and do the merge while you're here. It's just, it's like closing up from open heart surgery here. It's not that big a deal, right? So go to work. I'm no longer going to need that. I actually have a thing to turn that off, but one of the things that I tend to do if I want to make sure everything's still going to work is I move go.work to go.work.off. And then I try to build it again. In this case, it's installing it into my binary. So I did this on purpose because you see how it wants to get all those other things. That's because they have not yet been committed, which is why you need to do this go.auth dot to get it to work. So I don't believe getting go-get is going to cover this because that stuff is not yet uploaded to the repo, which I'm about to do now. So, I mean, I could pull it down from this branch, I suppose. No, let's just go ahead and commit it. But the better way to do this is just turn go work on. So let's do that. Let's say go. I know we're doing get stuff, right? Get status. What else have we changed? So, yeah. No, let's see. Git commit. Go.sum. Yeah. Clean up, go.sum. And then we need to do, I mean, I guess the rest is the final version. So git add commit -m what do I want to say here? Wait, aren't features supposed to be break things? Are features supposed to be the things that break? Feat introduces a new feature in the code base that correlates to minor in semantic versioning. Fix type of commit fixes a patch. So this is not I think this is a feature. Yeah, so feature, what do we do? We said use current context user. Yeah. It's not a breaking change for sure. So yeah, and then we should probably write into there when it closes and stuff. So I mean, I think that's it actually. Git push set u origin rbx rob /1. Anonymous pipes are files. They are technically sort of ish files, but so I mean, create a pull request, GHPR create. I love how this works. Creating a pull request, yes. Yes, submit. Pull request for GH. Wait, did we get another pull request already? How do I have 4 pull requests already? People are making changes. Who's been making pull requests? Why is that number 4? Did I do something before already? I guess I must have. Made another pull request. I don't know when I did that. Here, watch. I can review my own pull request. You want to see? GH PR review. Comment. What kind of review do you want to give? A comment. E. Looks good. GH PR review. You can actually check out the branch. Isn't that cool? You can check the branch out if you want. E review body. No, that's fine. Submit, yes. Category, you cannot approve your own pull requests. Damn. I think I can do a merge even. GH. I don't think I have. Well, let's go see. I mean, it'll tell me if I can't. I should be able to merge it actually. See, sudo GHPRU. GHPR approved. No, merge. Create a merge, commit. Should we do a squash and merge? Yeah, we're going to do squash and merge. Squash and merge. Delete the branch locally and on GitHub. Yes. I love GH. At least one approver review is required by reviewers to access. Cannot change this. Damn, I locked myself out of my own thing. Good for me. I am good. I lock myself. Where the hell is it? github.com/rxrob/ what is it called? kubectl. There we go. I can't approve my own. Try talking to the admin. Yeah. Open 2 minutes ago. Review required, but I can't review it myself. Hey, look, I made a comment though. Wow, look at that. Look what it did. See that beautiful squash? Did you see that beautiful squash? 50 commits, 50 hours. I love. Hey, there's my comment. No one reads that conversation. Okay, review required. Merge is blocked. Oh, damn. I've been denied because I denied my own thing. Oh, shoot. Oh, well. Wait, there's nobody else in the project. Somebody go review it. Somebody review it. Does somebody want to be my reviewer? I wonder if anybody can. At least one approved review is required. How do you do that? Yeah. No, you can't. I can't push this directly to master. That's the whole point. I turned it off so you can't do that. No, I'm not. I don't want to do that. I wanted to force myself to go through the PR process because I want to get better at doing it all the time. I should have been doing it all the time for years and I haven't. So, and they're cracking down at work and they should crack down at work on this stuff. So I need the reviewer. Create a PR for your own project because you might have other people on the project eventually, and it's a better way to track your stuff, and it's also safer because it causes you to branch. Yeah, there's lots of reasons to do that. Pushing to main is a mistake in my opinion. I look, I know a lot of people that disagree with me, including myself like 3 weeks ago. Like if I'm pushing to my Zettelcast, I'm not making a fucking PR, right? Or if I'm doing a tiny project on my bonsai project. But I tell you what, I've been burned more than once by pushing to main in bonsai and my other stuff like that because I thought I could just get away with changing all these things right away, right? You would trust your own viewers, though. I know. I would trust the people watching me to actually view my code. Yeah, come in here and approve my PR. I'm a very trusting person. Yeah, just that's the time that when that one person said the N-word on Dota 2 and totally got me almost like taken down. They said, yeah, let's play a game together. And they went in there and that's all they did, just started singing the N-word. And I was like, oh, you're so funny. You're so funny. All right, fine. I'll go unsecure it. Pull requests, allow merge commits, allow squashes, yes. Default remage, danger zone, danger. Disable branch protection rules. Wait, you're telling me I can't change them? I can't change them? You have to, oh my gosh. I'm learning something here. This is why I'm doing it. Display a sponsor button. That's new. That's new. That's new. They used to have to go through all kinds of hassle to get the sponsor button to work. Yeah. Download the template for your social preview. I know you can change it. How can you change it? Untick what box? What box am I unticking? Discussions, projects. Allow merge commits, squash. I don't want to disable protection rules. It'll like, I'll have to reset them all, don't I? I think I'm going to have to change them all if I do that, but whatever. Never got concurrency channels. Get up as trash. It's not trash. I mean, it's okay. Disable rash protection. Yes, please. I think I have to go add them all the way back again. Allow rebase merging. Allow archives, pushes. Let me how many branches and tags maybe can contain danger zone. Re-enable branch protection rules. Oh, this is new. I didn't know this. I did not know this. Preserve discussions, projects. Wait, what? Oh, wait. Rules. Rules sets. God, I hope this is not going to dox anything. He said. Dude, have you tried to use GitLab compared to this? That's all I have to say. GitLab's UI is trash. Oh my god, it's so bad. I used to think it was good, and then it's so slow and takes forever and shows you Cloudflare logins. It's so bad. I used to be a big, huge GitLab fan. I still have shit over there that I have never ported back. This is interesting because this is not the same. Yeah. This is interesting because the branch protection rules are totally different. Source set? Hell no. No, I had no. That's a flashback to 2.5 years ago. Yeah, I got kind of in a tiff with the creator for saying that the reason they were always down is because their whole thing is in Python. And he like directly answered me on Twitter. He's like, that's not the reason. He was mad. He was mad. He was nice about it, but he was mad. It was just a joke. But he's so stable. Yeah, if you know who I'm talking about. Get him as the back in Microsoft. Amen. He and I had an argument as well. Did you really? That's funny. That's funny. News travels fast. Yeah, I never knew. I mean, I was like, yeah. I mean, I like the idea of it. I do. And I'm all about people making. If I were to switch anything, it'd be a private Git instance. You know about Git, right and go? Git is pretty damn cool, and it's one of the better open source projects. If I had my way and I didn't depend on GitHub for sharing and all the other people and having people see my stuff and everything, I would definitely run my own Git instance. Git GATEA. You deploy SRHT again? Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not against it. Dennis is a big fan of it, so Control F works. There's a bunch of stuff in the UI that is very the terminal type people really like. Yeah. It kind of caters to that particular type of people. Default branch security. You know what I don't understand about this? I disable branch protections, but I can't change the branch protections. This is new information to me. Oh, right. You can't allow merge commits, pull requests. You can't change the branch permissions. All you can do is re-enable them. Git server, that's what I was saying. I would do git t, G-I-T-T-A-G-A-T-E-A, which is re-enable. Do you know what this means? I am starting to think that I would actually have to delete this repository and make a new one in order to get rid of the you need an approver branch protection rule. That, if that's true, that is a huge thing to know. That means you only get to set up branch protection rules once. If you can only set up branch protection rules once and you get it wrong, oh my God, if I have to delete my project and reset it up with different branch protection rules and then after that it's all or nothing, please tell me I'm wrong. It's been moved to rule sets. It is? It's in rule sets now? Thank God. I'm wrong. Thank you. You guys like telling me I'm wrong. Well, I am wrong then. Oh, wait, look at this. Main. Oh, wait, I wasn't even on the right branch. I was on a different branch. I was on a different... Wait, you can switch between rule sets. Wow. My mind is blown. New branch rule set. This rule set is disabled. This rule set is disabled. Oh, damn. This is so cool. And target to main. Block force pushes. Where's my approvals? Restrict deletions. Wait, what? They turned it all off. Okay, wait. I know what I want. Enforcement status. Active. Okay. I can't merge it. Wait, what rule set's kicking in? Is it the one that's on the default branch for the PR or is it on main? It's on main, right? Wait, what the hell? Why does require sign? I have to like reset them all. Require linear history. This was all on before and it just turned it all off. That is weird to me. It like disabled all of my other stuff. Wait, why do I need a name? A rule set name cannot be empty. This is new. I'm making a new one? Why am I making a new one? I don't know. Why are you making a new one? Because you're dumb? I don't want a new one. I want one of the existing ones. Don't use GitHub. That is not an answer. Now they're all gone. Oh wait, no, here they are. I'm so sorry. I am sorry. That was like premature panic. That was a premature panic. No rules have been added to that branch. Very good. How about this branch? What do you got for me now? What the hell? I changed branches. Why didn't you? Oh my God. That's why it's beta. This is beta. Don't you? The new code editor? Fuck that. I never liked that. View all rules. Main. You haven't created a rule yet. It's right there. I had a ton of rules and now they're all gone. Where are they? Where are my rules? Where are my rules? I apparently have to go to the main branch and then look, right? It looks like settings is based on branch now. Should get some UX people. I look, their UX is badish, but it's not nearly as bad as I've seen. So I'm not going to beat them up over that. I actually think their stuff's pretty snappy considering it's still old Ruby. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, I am hopeful. I'm hopeful. I'm gonna figure GitHub out. Re-enable branch protection rules. Yes, please. Re-enable them. I'm a big boy, sort of. And now I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, so we're gonna go here, and then rule sets. Rule sets. And then I'm gonna go to main. So where the hell is my rules? There's no rules. I'm telling you, there is no fucking rules. There's no rules. There's no rules. Your settings should be in branches, not rules. Oh, you think so? Currently applies to blah. Branch protection rules. Edit. Yes, please. Oh, thank you. Now I feel better. Required approvals. When enabled, pull request a matching branch require a number of approvals. No change requests before they merge. Turn that off. Require pull request before merging. Yes. Require status checks to pass before merging. No. Conversation resolution. Yes. Signing commits. Yes. Linear history. Yes. Deployments to see before merging. No. Lock branch. Yes. What? Branch is read only. User can push to branch. Yes. Do not allow bypassing above. Yes. Allow force save changes. Use my security key. I hope this doesn't dox anything, but I don't trust myself. So, all right. I think we're good. I think we're good. All right. So now for the main event. GHPR merge. You want a branch locked? I'll never use that. Main branch. Main branch. I don't give people access to main. No. Create a merge commit. Squash a merge. Delete the branch locally. Yes. Submit. Cannot change this locked branch. What branch is locked? I think I have to unlock it, but still force it to have PRs. Right? I'm learning something here. I think that's what it is. You didn't say that. You said something different. So this is under no circumstances can anybody change this. Okay. Yeah. Oh, right. You might have said that. So squash and merge. Yes, I've been wanting to do this. This is why I'm doing this, because we are actually being told we got to do this at work, so that's why I'm doing it. Hey, look at that. That's what I expected to see. You know what else is cool about that? Look at this. There's no branches locally either because it got rid of it. It's so beautiful. I am going to follow that practice all the time now. It took me like how many years to finally use Git properly? My bad too. Remember, Git is distributed. Public repo is the main. Whenever you're able to. Git is distributed. Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying. That's the whole point of Git, is that anybody can use Git, right? But there is generally one that is the main source of truth. Generally one is the main source of truth. Right? My favorite is Git T. And it's entirely in Go. It's really, really good. It is so good. My DNS is so broken. I gotta fix it. Come on, Rob. My Git T. I don't know what the hell is going on with my DNS. It's fucked up on my machine, my Windows machine. Lightweight DevOps. If ever just look, we get repo. Right. I mean, to make your point further, the Linux team themselves, they don't use GitHub. They use Git, and then they use email. I mean, that's what I've been told. I don't know if that's true, but I've been told that. So, yeah, that's so cool. Git is so stinking cool. I really, really like it. And it's so fast and it's so clean. The project is just so stinking clean. If I were to play like if it's school or something, I would totally deploy Git locally. And it's an ARM power. It's so amazing. It is. It's just really fantastic. I love it so much. It's actually one of the few FOSS projects I would actually consider really seriously contributing to, because it's so cool and it's in such a good place. It's taking all the best of all the other ones and it just does it better. And they looks like they have a pricing model now too. I didn't realize. When did they move to OpenCore? Are they a business now? I'm gonna go work for them. How to define a user subscription? Shit, this is like a damn. They're a company. They became a company. When did they become a company? Wow. Yeah, they became a company at some point. That's cool. I'm happy for them. It's like that's what happens if your project is really well managed on open source, not like my stuff. Go to school while only using your own home lab services. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. I mean, that's what I think you should do. Dude, I blew hundreds of dollars on certs that I never got and they all expired. And I will never do that again. I will never do that again because I wanted the hat. That's how stupid I am. And then they didn't even send me the hat. I spent all the money on Linux Admin Day, and I thought I was going to get these fancy hats, and then they sent me this thing later on that says, "Oh, we're sorry, we're out of hats." And then I didn't even get my cert in time, and I had a full year, and I still didn't make it because I was too busy managing and administering Kubernetes to go study and take the Kubernetes exam. And playing Witcher and Overwatch and ranting on the internet and biking. I'm just built different. That's Spotify. A lot of people don't like it. I mean, look, I used to be that guy, so I do not put down people that feel that way. I just don't feel that way as much anymore. This project is done. The dishes are done, dude. Oh, this is actually now wrong. The README is wrong. Shit. The README is now wrong. Clone the template, make custom changes to internal / clusters. Bit and then build. How about that? Now watch, I can't commit. Nope. Fix, update. That's not really it's like a chore. Boom. Ouch. Damn, they didn't have to scream at me about it. I gotta go get pulled apparently. I'm not fucking merging the branch. Oh wait, maybe I can. My branch is ahead by 3 commits. No, it's not. You know why I know? GH repo clone. Don't you love GH? I do. Watch, you'll leave incomplete for me, I bet. Nope. Tab. Nope. Login. On-prem stuff. Did you make a mini cluster? Aren't they fun? They're once they get to working, it's kind of fun. But before that, it's a pain in the ass. I hear you. Yeah. Clone from template and make custom changes to internal / clusters. Package. You did an alias? Oh, that's a cool one. Yeah, I remember that one. Somebody was telling me about that one too. I think I might have it in there somewhere. I don't want to open mine because I might have tokens in there, but I don't think I do. You would never have tokens in your config. You do in git config, but not in that file. Yeah, there's another file. I forget which one. Yeah, git add, git push. It's going to fail. See? Told you. So I have to make a repo. I'm going to get really good at this. I know it's a waste of time, but it's a good time. It's a good thing to practice. GHPR create. Actually, I need to make a branch. Where should we push the main branch? Skip pushing the branch. Okay, here we go. So I wonder. No. Git branch. Wait. Git checkout -b. REX raw. README. Git status. Git status. It's so funny. I committed to the main branch already. See, that is so stupid, Rob. All right, I'm going to start over again. I got to get better at this. This is why I want to get in the habit, my friends. I don't have work stuff on GitHub, no. Absolutely not. No, but I'm practicing. You know. No, I didn't remove the repo. I removed it locally, but not remotely. Nope, it's still there. That's why I know, because I just pulled it down. See. So, because I screwed up, I committed my changes to the main branch that I can't push, and then I couldn't propagate the change to the branch. Yes, I probably could have moved the changes over to the other one and then synchronized them, but the right way to do this is the reason. No, I know. That's what I did a new branch, but I'd already made changes to the README file and committed them to the main branch locally, and then they failed to push. You see what I'm saying? So this is why I'm doing the PR thing, because I want to get good at this so I remember how to do it. So the way to do this before you make any change is to make a new branch. So I should have done checkout -b. I don't think CO is even. I don't think I have an alias for CO on mine actually, but RBX Rob README. Right? Yeah, I need an alias. I have that in one of my things. It's just not here. All right, so now I can change this. Do the whole thing again. Make images. Make changes to internal / clusters. Package. So that's the change I wanted to make. Switches, you can't argw. I know, but it doesn't work. It switches. I used Switch for a long time, but Switch doesn't do the checkout a new one though. Hit reset head and allow new last commit, but still have the changes. I fucking have no idea about doing reset head. I would have no idea how to do that. I'm still a novice when it comes to those kind of things. So the proper way to just remember to do this is to make your change, to the branch before you do it. That I know. So git add -dot commit sm for update readme. Git push -e origin main, which seems like so much extra work to do. I get it. Main is set to the track remote branch main from origin, everything. Did I put main? Oh my god, I'm such an idiot. That's the proper way to do it. example if you like. No, this is fine. This is all I want to do for today. I'm going to be done. I've got to go do something else. So branch, readme, set track remote branch. Okay. And now I can do ghpr create. Yes, submit. And then I do ghpr. I could do review, but I just could do merge watch. Per PR merge, squash merge. Yes. Submit. And then I look at readme here and see how readme is still the old one. Now I have to do get, this is the thing I have to remember to do is get pull to get the new one, to get the new main. That is the right way to do it. And I want to, I know that's a lot of steps, but I want to get in the habit of doing it. And I was able to do it all from the command line. I didn't have to go up and see it. But if you look at the history of my project now, it's going to be a lot cleaner. It's going to show a bunch of merges over time. So, you know, and it actually, you know, puts them into the PR that was approved and the conversation about that PR. And that's what I want. I want that to be the new normal. So that's what I want to try to do. Create a new branch based on the newest commit of main. Change a PR. What? You can just create a new branch based on the newest commit to main. Create a PR on that branch. Then once that PR is merged, you will be able to make. Interesting. I hadn't thought of that. You can push from local main to the remote branch origin without creating a branch locally. To a remote origin branch. Oh, you're saying that I could actually change main locally? I would never do that, but I see what you're saying. So like if I accidentally went in there and made changes to main, I could push the main, I could do -u origin branch name, and that would push to the other branch name, and then I could merge that branch name and pull it down to that local, to the main, right? That would work. But my local main branch should be messed up, right? I would rather not get in the habit of do that. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Okay. Well, that's good to know. Yep. Okay. Okie dokie. Pull request. This is the other thing too, is see how you have a pull request history. So would it be in sync? Get good. Don't do the corrupt git codeberg, etc. Instead. Yeah, I don't think I am doing that, to tell you the truth, but yeah, core update readme. So oh, you know what? It's because you know what? This is a mistake. Yeah, I named my PR wrong. I named my PR wrong. I did it fast. That should have been artifxrob/readme. Yeah, oh well. Are you in sync? Linear commits are always atomic, and I enforce linear commits, so that's the thing. Some people don't think linear commits should be enforced, but then you have all kinds of crazy stuff going on, and I don't want to do that. I want linear commits. I do. It's just easier to track them. This is one of the reasons I'm doing all this stuff, because squash commits, by the way, squash versus rebase, that's like a huge question. Hey, look, we had a reviewer. Thank you for the review. Thank you so much for the review. That's cool. And hey, look, we actually have people participating. Yay. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. I want to get better at making projects, any project that I make. I want it to be more of a community-based project. And I have been so self-centric in when I make my bonsai stuff and all that, that I don't really prepare it well for other people to be working on it. And that's not bad. I just wanted to get shit done fast, and I want to avoid that. I want to start avoiding that a lot. I want to start making stuff so that just naturally, you know, it plays nice with a group. So somebody could just walk in and take it over if they had to, whether it's bonsai or skill stack or anything. So when I die or whatever, people would just go take it over. You know, don't break it, bisect. Yeah, I'm not doing that. thing is, say every commit should pass tests. I think every commit should pass tests too. That's more of a GitOps thing, and I do want to write actions to check out everything. But I've already ran my own test code and stuff, so this code would have horrible code coverage. Oh, damn. Everybody's having fun on here. That's cool. I mean, it's fine. You guys are at least being nice for the most part. Pre-commit. I know about pre-commit. I use pre-commit all the time. That's how I used to block commit to main. I used to block commits to main using pre-commit. But I don't want to do that anymore. Now I want to get in the habit of doing it, so I make, mistakes in project, and I'll contribute when I can. Oh, yeah, there's tons of projects. You're thinking about temperature in Celsius, Fahrenheit? I'm a big Celsius fan these days. I'm a Celsius fan. Yeah, I like Celsius a lot better. I switched over to metric at the beginning of the year when I started doing Zwift. It's a bike game. And the bike game gives you 30% more points for using metric, which I think is a bug, but they haven't fixed it. And so everybody switches over to metric. And ever since I started my weights in kilograms and when I go running, I was already running in 10Ks and stuff. So I was already kind of in kilometers. And then I made the full switch and I went to centigrade. So as of about a year now, a little under a year, I've been 100% metric. It drives my wife crazy. I was like, man, I lost a kilogram. And she's like, is that like a pound? I'm like, no, it's like 2 pounds. Temperatures in Kelvin. You think about Kelvin temperatures? Damn. Just to see if you know there's 20 to 30 is comfortable for humans. Yeah. I love C because I wake up every morning and I cannot tell you whether 70 degrees is comfortable or 80. Between 70 and 80, there's like a huge range, right? But I can tell you exactly what 21 degrees Celsius feels like, and when it gets to 30 degrees C, I know it's going to be hot. So I'm a huge Celsius fan, centigrade fan. Yeah. And plus 0 degrees is water freezing. So yeah, it just makes sense. Yeah. I mean, the centigrade scale makes total sense in a society based on water. Yeah, it totally does. Yep. So, but that's neither here nor there. So you two, I'm going to say goodbye to you. Thank you. Oh God, thank you again to all my sponsors, all my wonderful, wonderful GitHub sponsors. I'm going to try to keep you happy and make stuff for you. Metric all the way. It's funny because I actually learned metric in 6th grade and I was totally into it. And I started using it for everything and everybody just made fun of me. And I was already nerdy. I had huge buck teeth, braces and double headgear and huge pop bottle glasses. And I wore an Avon bull necklace with my Dickie and a derby with a rooster feather out of it, a pheasant feather. And I was already the biggest nerd ever. And then I started using metric and centigrade and I was like, that kind of thing. And then I just get beat up even more. So it's like, America is like, no. Most of the people that beat me up are all dead now, by the way. One of them died by 16 and nobody mourned the loss of that human being. Piece of shit. Sorry. Bad memory. That dude was such a fucker. I mean, he was always, the kind, just like beating everybody up for no reason at all. Got drunk as a teen, totals his car out on the highway, splattered all over the road, and everybody's like, oh, well. I know. Sorry. Total brain dead. Just a total brain dead piece of shit. And mean on top of that. He's probably beat by his father, so I should probably feel sorry for him, but nope. It was stupid things like non-metric garbage. I know. It's like freedom. What the fuck is with... Okay. Okay, at least I'm going to say goodbye to YouTube. You've put your time in, YouTube. Thank you for being here. Bye.